This meeting is a hybrid meeting, which means that some or all of the public body is meeting remotely, and some are meeting physically in a previously noticed location where the public may attend to observe, listen, and participate contemporaneously. One member of this public body or other staff is present at the location to ensure the public can participate if desired. Please note that while we strive to provide means for those attending remotely to participate in the public comment period, there may be technical difficulties or reasons that otherwise prevent or interrupt remote public participation. Therefore, it is important to note that the open meeting law only ensures the public's right to participate and comment at a public meeting by attending at the designated physical location as posted in the notice and agenda. If a member of the public or of the public body has technical difficulties accessing this meeting remotely, please alert us by email at selectboard@hartford-vt.org. In the event of a technical difficulty that cannot be resolved, we may continue the meeting if necessary to a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting that are not unanimous will be done by a roll call vote in accordance with the law. As required by the open meeting law, let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance of all members participating in the meeting. Now, those members attending remotely identify themselves to ensure that they can hear and be heard throughout the meeting. Lanny?
Lanny Collins here.
Rocket?
Rocket, I am here, but I cannot see you, but I can hear you.
Okay. Allie is not present. Mary?
Mary Erdine, here, present.
Dan?
Dan Fraser, I can hear, and I'm on Zoom.
Thank you. Kim?
Kim Souza, present.
And I am here as well, and we'll get the video up. I see that they're working on that.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's a hand up in the public. If it's relating to the visibility, we're working on that, Marie. Super.
Okay. Well, we can give it a moment to get the video back and then we'll proceed. Okay, looks like we have video back. Our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us?
How about a town manager?
Yes, sure.
If you'd like to, John?
Happy to. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the flag
for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Lanny.
Okay, we do not have any liquor control business. We don't have any cannabis control business. Order of agenda, we've received a request to move the IT budget presentation in front of the audit presentation. Seeing no objection, we will do that. And then we'll go to public comment. We'll start with people in the room. If you'd like to comment, please come up to the microphone, identify yourself, your town and village residents, and you'll have 5 minutes.
I'd like to get the timer out for you.
I will make sure that I have it under 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
I may have it under 3.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Please proceed.
Joe Major, White River Junction. I am coming to you today actually as the treasurer of Hartford. In a select board meeting about a couple of months ago, a business owner came to the podium and had trouble finding grants that were given by the state. So I reached out to the treasurer, Mike Pichek, and in conjunction with Representative Esma Cole, in the new year, we're looking at around January 22nd, we will have a Vermont Cares symposium for all small business owners so they can learn about grants that the state will be giving out, currently giving out. There is a lot of money out there that small business owners in this municipality are losing out on. And so we want to make sure that we give them full communication to when, how, and the timing of all of these grants. So I will work with town manager to get that communication out. Hopefully we will have a public information officer by then. If we don't,
You're looking at me.
If we don't, we will make sure that through social media as well as website get that word out. This Are there any questions?
So what's the date of it?
We're looking at January 22nd right now, tentatively. So, and like I said, the Representative Cole, as well as the state treasurer will be down in our. Yes, ma'am.
Joe, do you know if this is already posted or to be posted
It has
on?
not. There are some logistics that we have to solidify.
Okay,
So that is a tentative date.
okay,
I would probably say, given a week or two, we'll solidify that date, time, as well as where we'll hold the symposium.
thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Any more public comments from the room? Go ahead, Ed.
Just waiting for Mary.
I'm just taking notes.
Good evening. Good evening, one and all. Good evening, Rocket, Dan. Heidi, to White River Junction, Vermont. Mr. Chair, as all questions are to be directed to the select board, and you are the chair of the board, my question is directed to you as followed. On 11/14/2023 of the select board, you had the agenda item 5H entitled Ratification Out of Grade Pay Agreement. In response to the question posed by Mr. Collins, where he asked you to explain what the term ratification was in relation to the item, your response was, well, we voted on it initially, and it was done by roll call as it's supposed to be. One of the options that we have is to be on the safe side, is to go back and basically give our approval and do it in a way that was required under the law. Do you recall making that statement, Mr. Chair?
You said it was not by roll call.
It was not by
It was
roll call.
Excuse me, Kim, I'm talking to the chair.
I know, I'm
I would have to go back and look at the video to recall what I said 2 weeks ago.
Are you gonna go back and ratify that statement on September 19th?
Ratified my statement?
Are you going to go back and ratify the change, sir?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by the change. I believe we ratified
Are you
that
going to go
service
back-
out of grade agreement.
Are you going to go back and ratify the out of grade pay agreement made
I
on
think-
September 19th, sir?
I think we did that, didn't we? At our,
what we're also, what we were ratifying was that we didn't do it by roll call.
yeah,
I've done a public record request to the town manager to obtain such documents, and he has told me that it doesn't have a copy of one. I can understand this as he was not present at this meeting, and he has started a new position on the 2nd of October. So this leads me to the main questions to you, Mr. Chair. As the chair of the board and someone that was present at the meeting, I would like you to provide a copy of the document that was voted upon, but not done by roll call as it was supposed to be.
I thought we had provided you with that
Excuse
document.
me. That was detailed, the out of pay agreement between the select board and the interested parties. That included the actual value of the agreement upon rate of pay for the agreement.
Yeah, we agreed to continue the rate of pay that Gil and Paula were at. It did not have the dollar amounts in that document. The initial document from when we originally asked them to act as acting town manager and assistant acting town manager, I believe does have that. So we could make a public request, records request for that. I believe we sent you the payout grade agreement. It just doesn't have the figures. We can't produce a document that doesn't have the figures. It doesn't exist.
I simply don't understand, Mr. Chair. How do you vote to ratify something that you cannot provide me or any other citizen proof
We
that
can,
ever happened?
we can provide you with that. The document basically says we're continuing at the rate of pay that Gail and Paula were receiving. That is the document.
Which was provided.
Yes, which was provided.
Unbelievable.
Okay. Any other comments in the room? Any comments on Zoom?
Currently two hands up at the moment.
Okay.
Go ahead, Marie.
Hi, Marie Alvin, White River. I was going over the agenda. What is Resilient Hartford? I mean, what do they do?
So they're one of the committees that we have in Hartford. I don't know if
Do you have
someone.
a charge on it?
Yeah, they have a charge we could send you if you want to know precisely.
Could go
Yes.
on.
Yeah, I was just curious. I would love to get that. Thank you. And then I'm checking in on the fence at the park and ride. I believe John was going to have an update on that.
He may. I know that he toured it with Brian from Department of Public Works. If he feels like he wants to, he can sort of tell us what he saw. I think the ultimate questions of whether we do lighting or something there is going to be a select board question, in consultation with the police department and Public Works. But John, if you have anything you'd like to tell Marie.
Yes, following up on my tour of that site with the DPW Director, Wayne Gazda, we did get input from the police about lighting in that area and whether it's viewed as essential or not due to criminal activity that may or may not be taking place there. I think there was also some role for the environmental sustainability coordinator, Dana. I think Dana Clausen was going to give us some input on that as well, but no decisions have been made as yet.
Yeah. Lanny, if you'd like to add.
Yeah, I'm just in response to what we were looking at for the charge for Resilient Hartford. I just Googled it, not Googled it, but I just looked it up on our town website. And I can't find it. So it's somewhere, somewhere there has to be a little better organization, and each of these committees needs a charge listed. Because where is it listed at?
You can find the charge or the
charge for the committee. I found the minutes, but how does somebody find the charge of the committee if a resident wants to find it? So
if you go to the town website, go to government and then go to boards and committees. And then this one is Community Resilience Organization and then parentheses Resilient Hartford.
Wait a minute, boards and committees, I'm with you. Marie, are you catching this?
I'll give it a try.
We're going to send it to you as well, Marie.
Okay.
All right, that'd be great. So, yeah, I'm a little uneasy about the whole fence thing. Like, it sounds like everybody's looking at it except any thought from the residents about what's going on. Anyway, and the charging stations and the flashing light is also something. I mean, do we have to wait for somebody to get hit or an accident for something like that to happen to make it justified? I mean, there's overdoses in the park and ride. There's drug deals going on there. I don't know what more evidence you need. Anyway, and as far as this whole onboarding thing, oh my God, as I find out more and more about it, I can't help but wonder, what exactly kind of onboarding did you have when Tracy came aboard? Seems to me a gentleman of 14 years experience doesn't need two people onboarding him. That just seems to be a common sense thing. I mean, I guess, it's nice to have Gail there to, feed them into it, but isn't that part of their job anyway? I mean, did Simon just get Tracy and just show him what he wanted to do in this town? I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. Anyway, I hope you all had a good Thanksgiving, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Marie. Another hand up?
Yes.
Can I respond to Marie real quick?
Go ahead.
Marie, I'm going to speak on the onboarding aspect. I wasn't completely on board with the whole onboarding aspect myself, but the one thing that we lacked I wasn't on the board at the time when Tracy was hired, but one of the things that I think was lacking is that Tracy did not have any guidance coming into the role as town manager. And I'm not saying that is the contributing factor why she's not here anymore. I can't speak to that, but I can speak to the fact that having a turnover in terms of somebody to be able to guide you on what the pertinent issues are within the town of Hartford is important. Again, I do not agree with the whole concept that we went with an onboarding, but I do believe that it is important to have someone there to help out and bring someone up to speed on the underlying issues that are facing Hartford. So I believe that there's a role for that. I just don't believe the role that was carried out was in the best interest of the town of Hartford. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lanny, for addressing that. Yeah, I mean, it just seems absolutely ridiculous how that was all handled. Yes, onboarding is part of it, but when you have somebody in human resources, that's part of their job anyway. So anyway, it's water over the dam and just a matter of common sense by me, but I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thanks, Marie. Another hand.
Yes. Go ahead, Mike.
Mike?
Hello?
Hi, Mike.
Hey, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much, Chair, for recognizing me. I appreciate it. I have a couple of things, and one is basically a request, and then the others is concerns. The first thing is a request that the town manager or somebody address the situation going on with Lebanon solid waste landfill, that the coupons that I'm going to give an example, I have purchased in the last 2 months that I find are no longer valid after the 31st of December with no credit due. I purchased a 10-punch coupon that as of December 31st is no longer valid and gives me credit for anything. I must buy bags now to dispose of my waste over there, which I have no problem with. But the $20 or $22 I spent for those 10 punches, which I used one of yesterday, 9 of them are going to go to waste. Meaning my money was spent to them and we get no credit for it. I can't even use them towards purchase of the bags that they now require. And I talked to Public Works through solid waste. The director, I think it was Erica, called me back. And then I got a phone call into the city manager who called me back. And he explained things that this has been going on for a year, that the town of Hartford and other towns were advised that non-residents would have this coming about as a deadline, December 31st. I don't recall any information from the town of Hartford warning me of this. The city manager said that many towns said they would not go forward with notifying residents, such as myself, that this was going to happen. Meaning I have coupons that I paid for that are going to waste or into Lebanon's profit margin. Something is wrong with this situation. And I think we need to look into it, as we have an agreement with the Lebanon, city of Lebanon through the town. I paid for coupons for disposal of things, and now my fees that I paid, I'm to throw away. So I hope the town manager could look into this a little bit, or somebody, and find out what's going on, because according to the city manager, and I asked this directly, so my town has let me down. He said, well, I guess they did. That's pretty disappointing. So anyways,
Okay.
Binder, it's 18 or so or $20 of my money being just thrown away because I was not notified properly or whatever. I don't know. Anyways,
I wonder if Mike,
I think somebody needs to look into that.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
I wonder if Mike could give some contact information, whether now or you can discreetly call me or email me. I'd be happy to look into it and give you any follow-up I can.
Okay, but I talked directly to, I think it was Erica in Public Works. She explained to me the situation and why they did this, whatever. And then I talked to the city manager. He called me back this afternoon, approximately 3 o'clock, and we discussed it. And he has no regrets. He said, this is the way it was set up. And apparently what I understand, I may be wrong, Hartford failed me. So That's the end of that. I don't want to waste my 5 minutes on everything. I just want to notify you of what's going on. And I think other citizens will have the same problem. The other thing I have a concern about besides that, and I'd be happy to talk to you about that, John, at some point in time. Thank you. I find it disturbing that our vice chair of the select board is no longer making meetings only by Zoom. But yet the chair only a few months ago announced that having Zoom available to the citizens was basically a privilege. They weren't required to do it. I think we're setting a double standard here. If our vice chair of the select board cannot make meetings, maybe that select board member should resign as chairman, if not resign as a select board member. We elected these officials, you officials, to fill the roles, to represent us as citizens, and to do your obligation that you ran for when you ran for this office. And I think it's unfair that, particularly right now, our vice chair is not making any meetings ever since he has resigned or whatever happened with him at his official business, posted in the newspaper. I find that disturbing. And I think we ought to do a little bit better as far as leadership goes in our town on the select board members with all you there. And I appreciate all that you're all trying to do. I don't always agree with you, but it's just not right that Dan Fraser is not making any meetings right now, period. So.
Mr. Chair, may I comment?
Yes, you may.
As long as this is not a part of my 5 minutes.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm happy to
You're checking the time, Lanny, make sure you table this.
table the time.
Full 5.
We didn't start the 5 minutes.
We didn't start the 5 minutes?
No. No.
Yeah, you let Rocket.
Rocket, and then Dan, then Mike, you can finish up.
Thank you.
It's gonna be short.
I just want to acknowledge that I too have missed a number of meetings in person and had to do it on Zoom. There are personal matters that have required that. And I do want to say, Mr. Morris, I feel like this is your comment, your critique about board members being remote. I can understand the frustration around that. I personally would rather be in person as well. I think it is completely out of line. I think you crossed the line talking about Mr. Fraser. And I think that was pretty unfair. And I think it is not, it is ironic to critique board members for participating on Zoom when you too have the privilege and the right, the opportunity to participate on Zoom. I'm not here to defend myself in this. I mean, again, and Mr. Chair our select board chair can vouch for this. I would much rather be in person. So I do apologize to the public for not being physically present this month. But I do want to come to a vociferous defense of Dan Fraser and just say, I think that was completely out of line. And I would defend you, Mike Morris, as well as I would defend anyone for bringing outside business or personal matters into the select board meeting. We read, we serve, we try our best. And I really hope that the trajectory of our progress can be acknowledged by the citizens, try as we might and fail as we might. But I think that we need to really set a precedent and be excruciatingly clear in our community that talking like that it's just too far. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocket. Dan, and then Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rocket, for those words. I just want to reiterate that what people do in their private lives and their businesses, as long as it doesn't affect select board business, is not appropriate to discuss. Just like when someone has a liquor license, they abstain from voting. We know what those rules are and we abide by them. I will further point you, as we have in the past, that you are, as a select board members, are legally allowed by the state of Vermont to attend by Zoom. I think it's through June of 2024. And that's all I would say.
Thank you, Dan. Mike, I think you've still got a couple minutes left if you'd like.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you.
No, I'm not trying to make a personal attack. I'm pointing out that it wasn't but a few months ago that, Mr. Chair, you spoke about Zoom and you basically said that, I'll summarize your conversation, was that it's kind of a privilege. You don't have to do Zoom. You do it as a privilege to the citizens. Yeah. But yet you turn around. I feel you kind of have a double standard here right now. That's what
Okay.
I'm pointing out. That's what I'm pointing out. I'm not trying to attack anyone personally. I want to make that clear. I have no idea what's going on in anybody's personal lives here. But you as the chair spoke about that you did not have to do Zoom. You said this, but yet it's okay on the other hand. That's what I'm pointing out.
Okay.
And we need not have double standards.
We don't have to have Zoom. We chose to have Zoom. So we have Zoom.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Heidi?
Heidi Due, White River Junction, Vermont. I'd like to back Mike Morris up here. If you go under the select board rules and regulations, your guidelines as a select board, one of your regulations is to be seated in the chamber prior to the meeting starting. I don't think he's attacking a single individual. We don't know Dan's personal life. We aren't asking Dan's personal life, but if you actually go onto your town website and read your rules and regulations as a select board member, your actual duties are to be seated in the chamber. Dan hasn't been here for months. He wasn't even here most of last year. We're not going after Dan. We're just stating that it is to be in the chamber. Please read your rules and regulations.
Thank you, Heidi.
Before the pandemic. Yep.
I asked
Any-
you this many meetings ago to please read your rules and regulations. You're in violation of not only your oath of office because you are not following it. Yes, please read that oath of office that I sent you last meeting. And now read your rules and regulations. You are not following them. You have violated open meeting law. You have violated our charter. You are violating your rules and regulations. You are in so many violations. It is not even funny. I don't think the majority of this board is taking their oath of office seriously. You do not do most of the things right that you must do. Are you guys serious? Seriously. We're just asking you to follow what you are supposed to be doing. That's all we're asking of you. We're not going after a certain individual. It just doesn't look good. It doesn't feel right. I don't know what Dan's personal life is about. I haven't personally been here because I've been dealing with medical issues. But I've been Zooming in. Yes, it is a privilege, but it won't be soon.
His hand up. I don't know if it's just still up or.
Let's see if it's still up and
Dan,
then
is your hand still up or do you have, okay, you want to lower it? Okay.
any more, Lanny, and then we'll see if there's any more.
I have a comment to make, if I could, please.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Dan.
So again, I just wanted, for clarification's sake, it's sort of ironic when individuals are saying that they are not targeting individuals, but they continue to name me. That's a little ironic. And I also want to point out that, yes, that is what it says in our charter, in our town documents. However, I think that the state, as we have confirmed, they supersede our rules, and those rules were superseded by them as a result of the pandemic. So that's what it says in our charter, which hasn't been updated, but the state has allowed variations to that. So that's why it's not reflected in the current rules that we have.
Thank you, Dan. Lanny, you have something?
I saw something the other day that somebody sent me that the governor is trying to put something out for ethics in boards and commissions. This to me comes down to ethics of the board. I don't know of anyone else on this board. I feel I was elected to represent the people of the town of Hartford. And I was elected with the understanding that I feel that I was personally elected under these standards, that I would be here and representing those people at this station when I was elected. I believe that's my obligation to the taxpayers of the town of Hartford. I should say the citizens of the town of Hartford. It's an obligation to be here. Not all people have the same ethical value, and I'm not going to challenge anybody's ethical values. I just know that our rules and procedures of the select board were written at one point in time to be able to reflect the best service that we could be to the residents of the town of Hartford. And it's very difficult to provide service to the residents of town of Hartford when we cannot fully meet as a board. Zoom works, but it definitely has its limitations. When we cannot all be in the same room together and govern, it takes away from the effective leadership that we're supposed to be having for the citizens of town of Hartford. That's all I'm going to say on that, without mentioning any names whatsoever.
Yep, Rocket.
Look, Zoom sucks. Working remote sucks. I do a ton of work remote. I work with a lot of people in person and remote. Everything in person is better, of course. But it's the same thing as an in-person conversation will always trump an email. And yet we still accept emails from citizens. If there is no double standard, if we as a board chose not to opt into the legislatively approved, which Dan is right, the state legislature supersedes us by law. If we chose to opt out of hybrid meetings, then that would apply for everyone, select board members included. The fact that we choose to make it a hybrid meeting makes it hybridized for everyone. So it is either all in person for everyone or it is hybridized for everyone. Getting into like vague suggestions of ethics or commitment is preposterous. This is becoming a complete waste of time. The reality is we all know that in-person is better, of course. The other reality is that the rule of hybridized meeting is being equally applied. That's why at the beginning of the meeting, every select board member goes on, if we're online, we say whether we can hear, whether we can see and be heard and seen. So I just think that we're now 30 minutes in this meeting and some of the comments that have been made do not need to be made in the public session. Some of it is just hitting for hitting's sake. And if you really want us to serve, let's focus on what we actually need to serve instead of these vague accusations made over Zoom about select board members being on Zoom. That to me is ridiculous. And I am going to say, Heidi and Mike, you're still targeting Dan. I don't feel personally particularly attacked, but I think it is preposterous to bring up things that even have been written in the newspaper and so forth. They pertain to personal matters. Please give us the decency for the sacrifice that we make to serve this community of just moving forward and not picking battles to pick battles, but pick battles that are actually substantive. And Heidi, if you want to make vague charges that we're breaking this rule or that rule, be specific and don't cry wolf, because otherwise it's a complete waste of everyone's time. Us here, everyone on Zoom, people who are serving. Thank you.
Thanks, Rocket. Okay, and then we'll move on. Remember, we moved a presentation ahead because to try and accommodate the needs of a staff member. So let's see if we can
Mike, did you just leave your hand up or did you have more to say?
Mike, do you have another comment, Dad?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't realize that. But I was not trying to attack any individual. My thing was that the chairman a few months ago had spoken about Zoom, basically, and I say summarize the conversation, that it was a privilege for us citizens to be able to have Zoom in the first place. It was not required. But now it's okay if the select board uses it for their privilege. That's what I was trying to point out. And I apologize if anybody thinks it's a personal attack, because that's not was my intent anyway whatsoever.
Hey,
thank you.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Do we have anyone else on Zoom?
No.
Let it go.
Okay, I think we need to
Let
move
it go.
on.
Let it go. Let it go.
Okay, select board comments and announcements. Lanny, you want to kick us off?
No.
No. Rocket, do you have any select board comments?
Yeah, there was just a number of staff, HPD, Corporal Randy St. Peter, Sergeant Carl Ebbinghauser were both promoted. Fire Department, Mitch White, Taylor Wilkins, Eli Snelling, and Ian Duffy were all promoted. So I want to congratulate all of them. And Michelle Wheatley, also at HFD, the Fire Department, has now crossed 25 years of service. So I just want to acknowledge that. Last, I know that the North Pole Polar Express event is looking for volunteers. So I just want to encourage people to volunteer and to support that. Thank you.
So Allie's not here. Mary?
Yeah, I just wanted to say it was really great on Thanksgiving Day after eating my vegetarian meal. I went for a walk in the Ratcliffe Park and there was a couple there with their 3 to 4-year-old, and he was blowing the leaves away from the little bicycle path, and his toddler, young child was bicycling around the track that was built recently. That was really great. And I also want to reiterate what Rocket's saying. Anybody out there, there's still a few spaces left. I'm going to join Joe Major on the Polar Express. So hopefully we'll have a lot of fun and meet Santa.
Great, thanks, Mary. Dan, do you have any select board comment?
I guarantee if you come, you'll meet Sam.
Thank you, Joe. Dan, any select board comment?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, Kim, anything?
I just want to thank the town manager again for getting responses to my plethora of questions, and it's not, I ask a lot of questions not because I'm trying to I'm trying to just understand the whole process better, so thank you for that.
Great, and I don't have any comments, so we will move to appointments. We have 2 reappointments today. The first is to consider the reappointment of Dylan Kreis to Resilient Hartford for a 3-year term, beginning November 28th, 23 and ending November 27th, 2026. Any comments? This is a reappointment, so Dylan is not required to be here. If no comments or questions,
Is
do a motion.
I thought it was marked that it was on.
I'm sorry.
Reappointment, sorry. Go ahead.
Mary?
I'll make move.
Okay, make a motion.
Okay. I move the select board accept the reappointment of Dylan Kreis to Resilient Hartford for a 3-year term beginning November 28th, 2023 and ending November 27th, 2026.
I'll second.
We have a second from Kim. Any discussion? Lynn?
Just a question, was this posted that there would be a position that was going to be open? We had decided that we were going to post all potential vacancies. So there was only this one applicant for the position? Okay. And I just know that we had a long discussion about posting for positions to make sure that we just didn't automatically roll people over. And that there were people that were waiting in the wings to.
Lena and I will discuss it in a day or two next, and if it hasn't happened, we will do the process.
It just gives a chance to bring more
Sure.
new ideas and new prospects into the town of Hartford. So thank you. That's all I had.
I want to appreciate that comment because we actually we established sort of I don't know if it was an official policy, but definitely a protocol, and I have neglected to kind of follow up and just see if it's been in place.
It says nothing to do with Mr. Kreis's application.
Right, of course, yeah.
Of course. And I know that Ally also had mentioned this before personally, but it's not posted.
So do we know if it was posted? Because if it wasn't.
I don't know who would have been in charge of posting it.
Can we just table this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we can table it until we find out. And if it has been posted, we can do it at our December 5th meeting, maybe.
There's a section on the town website that is boards and commissions vacancies, and it is on there. Resilient Hartford shows one, although that's probably just a vacancy, not.
That's the vacancy, right?
reapplication.
That's exactly. That's not the expiring vacancy. That's the vacancy that's true vacancy. It's not filled. So
Probably, and that although is, what's Laura Simon's application?
again, this has nothing to do with the applicant. I just feel that we are not doing, we're doing disservice to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
why don't we table it if we find out that.
Well, we have to have the motion maker withdraw the motion because it's already a motion and a second.
Okay, Mary, you want to withdraw your motion?
What's the reason I'm withdrawing the motion?
You know,
It doesn't, we aren't sure whether these reappointments were posted for the 30 days of vacancy.
Okay.
And if we find out that they were, we'll just take it up next meeting.
Okay, so I'll withdraw.
Okay, so we want to table both Dylan and Laura's reappointment.
Yeah, I think that'd be wise.
Okay, so that'll take us to town manager's report. John?
Very good, thank you. Since my last report, I have driven the roads of Hartford with DPW Director Brian Gazda and toured the town recreational facilities with Parks and Rec Director Scott Hausler. I also attended a Chamber of Commerce event at the Upper Valley Aquatic Center, met lots of residents and business people, and toured the very impressive facility helmed magnificently by one Joe Major.
Oh, my goodness.
I have now met individually.
argue with you in any way, shape, or form.
I have now met individually with all 7 members of the select board, and I've enjoyed getting to know you all a little bit better. As you know, the town awarded the contract for our upcoming community safety study to Strategy Matters. Per recent input from select board members at a recent agenda setting meeting, the November 30th deadline for all those wishing to apply to serve on the town's 5 to 7 member process management team will be extended to the end of the year, so the end of December. And the town is letting the community know that compensation is available to those who request it for participation on the PMT. So that announcement is out there, it's on the website, and we hope that people will come forward and apply to serve on that team. The Wilder Dam, the hydroelectric dam, is subject to a relicensure process, which takes place basically once every 40 years, give or take. And it may soon be time for the Connecticut River Conservancy to address the select board to encourage the town to submit comments to FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, who has jurisdiction over the matter. Scott Hausler, Lori Hirschfield, and I had a meeting with Kathy Erfer of the Connecticut River Conservancy and learned that this is a good opportunity to request support from the dam owner, Great River Hydro, also sometimes doing business as Hydro Quebec, for recreation infrastructure and other programs is located at Kilowatt Park, and perhaps broader mitigation of the dam's impacts on the town. Scott and Lori will be involving the town's Conservation Commission and drafting comments for select board review and approval down the line as the process moves forward. Hanover's town manager has asked to meet with me on November 30th to discuss the town of Hartford's recent consideration of implementing a community nurse program. I've invited Scott Cooney, who did so much work on that project and presentation, to join me for that discussion. The town manager will soon be nearly alone in his office area. Paula is out, as you know, on medical leave, and Lana will soon be joining her in the ranks of the medically unavailable. Melinda Brooks will be helping me out while Lana is away, and we hope that's a very successful procedure and that you're back skipping into work as soon as possible. With regard to SIGAX, I will echo what Rocket had to say about fire department and police department promotions without belaboring it any further. Beyond that, the Park and Recs Department points out that their staff, volunteers, and members of the Hanson family recently gathered to celebrate the funds raised for the Brian Hanson Scholarship Fund. $5,275.75 was the final amount of the funds raised for the Hartford Park and Rec Department's Brian Hanson Scholarship Fund. The Brian Hanson Scholarship Fund supports Hartford youth and their families with financial assistance to participate in parks and rec programs, classes, camps, and facility use passes. Dana Clausen notes that the Bugby Senior Center and the West Hartford Library have been approved for Tesla power walls through Green Mountain Power's program to provide backup batteries. Staff is reviewing the contracts and considering how to cover the cost. This is a 10-year lease with the option to extend the lease for another 5 years at the end of the original contract. The application for the Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant was released recently. Hartford is receiving $75,380 in federal funds. Hartford is receiving this money because it is one of Vermont's 10 largest towns. We plan to use these funds, he says, to install heat pumps at the police and fire building. The Hartford Energy Commission has their annual November restructuring meeting. Jesse Pollard was again voted in as chair. Esme Cole is now vice chair, and Lynn Bohai will continue to be clerk. The Department of Public Works points out that they met with FEMA representatives to discuss major capital mitigation projects, including Podunk Road's culvert, the Queechee Covered Bridge wing wall and improvements to Country Lane. And they have submitted a damage inventory list to our friends at FEMA. As to further reports on winter weather and work, the Highway Department points out that they've substantially completed bank and road work on Jericho Road caused by the July storm event. And the Department of Planning Development note that the Town Plan Economic Development Chapter update is being finalized with an RFP to hire a consultant specializing in the field to assist the town in that update. They also point out that there's been lots of activity before the Planning Commission. Twin Pines Housing Project on Hartford Avenue has been examined. The Sykes Mountain Avenue 192 dwellings in 4-unit buildings has had a hearing opened and continued. The Northern Stage 18 dwelling units in 3 buildings on Gate Street were approved, and there's ongoing discussions with the Upper Valley Haven Emergency Shelter proposal that has been continued to a December 18th hearing. Thus far, 191 zoning permits have been issued to date, which is roughly the same as last year. Thank you.
Under Strategy Matters, the process management team, under our jobs and vacancies, there's nothing listed for that. Can we get that added to the website so that people will have an idea what it is and a link to what that actually entails for the process management team? Because other than that, I don't know how people get to it.
Okay, there is an announcement on the website. I'm not sure where we posted it, Dylan. Do you recall?
The news in the first page, at the bottom, like
On the homepage.
you go down where it says like spotlight on Hartford, news, project details, community notes.
Okay, but it would be good to have something on
Sure,
that.
I can do that.
There seems to be, I mean, I don't want to have this coming across negatively, because there's a vast improvement on the webpage, but there's still tweaks to be made. And I mean, by putting hyperlinks into different things like charges and things like that, would be, and such as this, would be a huge plus.
Okay.
I mean, I would just add, like, whenever I come across something that I feel like it would be beneficial for us and the public to have on the website, I just send a request to John. He usually forwards it to Dylan and Will.
I just heard about
they
this.
Get it on like in, record time usually. So
I just heard about this. We haven't, I mean, they're doing this and then figured it passed along. It's not a big deal to have this put up there. Again, we're going leaps and beyond what we had. So we're doing great, but it's always room for improvement.
Of course.
Valley News. Yeah.
Any other questions, John?
Oh, yeah. Did you by chance have the opportunity to look into the questions I asked regarding the complete wrap up of the parking lot and of what the status is on the bridge in Hartford, what their plan is with that for the fall, with winter?
I know that the bridge was still ongoing in terms of a project. Some had asked whether they had shut down for the season. Brian told me as of about 10 days ago that no, they're continuing on that project. I don't know if there will be a shutdown.
Okay.
But as to the other matter, we will have Lori here tonight, and she might be able to give us an update on that parking
Okay,
lot
because I know that
project.
I just saw they still got excavators in there, so
Yeah.
I didn't know if they're still dirt work. It's just getting late.
Yeah. Agreed.
I am very pleased to see the progress on that.
Mhm.
So
Yep. Thank you.
Questions for John? Okay. Thank you, John.
Sure.
All right, so we're gonna move on. Like I said, we're taking up the IT budget first before the audit presentation. So Dylan,
Okay.
it's all yours.
All right. Thank you for allowing me to go first here. 181 in the budget books. Start off a fairly simple flow chart, but you have myself and we have the systems administrator. Many of you have either met in person or maybe virtually over email. This slide, we broke down the total budget based off of operational expenses, which I'll touch on in the later slides, as well as salary and benefits.
Okay.
This slide for folks on the board who have been here over the years should look fairly familiar. There are a few new items that I'll touch on in detail. The one or two things I'd mentioned, the data backup and support, we were able to combine some services and do some creative things to reduce some costs, as well as getting another layer of backups as well. So we're particularly happy with that. The Dark Trace appliance is a security appliance that we work with to combat phishing attacks, ransomware, various things like that. That server actually requires a migration that typically costs $10,000. I was able to negotiate with them based on the partnership that we have, and so they've told me that they'll be doing that sort of for free, which is great. And then the licensing, as well as the failover PBX, which is a phone system, I'll kind of touch on in the upcoming slides here. Again, this is kind of going back a few years, but with the board support a few years ago, the town had some pretty bad infrastructure from a technical standpoint, and with the board's support, there was a significant investment made to kind of get us compliant and all on the same level, which was great. We're kind of passing, I'd say, maybe the midway point with that. And so this, like with many things from a technical perspective, requires just licensing to renew support and updates and maintenance, things of that nature. And to kind of put it into perspective, we added 2 switches in the public safety of the building on top of the 4 that were already there. And this kind of, like I said, puts us at about another 3 years. We're probably going to be looking at refreshing, because that's sort of the life cycle that these devices are on. So I want to, if we can, make sure that we're, if we made the initial investment, we continue that cycle to make sure that we don't sort of fall behind. The biggest sort of ask this year, if you will, is the managed service agreement that we have with Solutions 2, which is a vendor that we have a existing relationship with. And I'll kind of touch on the reasons for that in the following slides. The way I kind of thought about this to try and put in perspective is I tried to find sort of the categories to which sort of IT is seeing a large demand these days. And I kind of break it down into infrastructure, kind of upkeep of what we currently have, sort of the technical footprint of the amount of devices that are kind of expanding. And then also a big goal of ours is sort of improving redundancy, as you can imagine, especially we want to do it everywhere, but especially in public safety, because there's sort of a relationship in terms of how long you can really stand to be down versus the amount of resources you kind of put into a particular area. So given the nature of what they do, that we find that to be high on our priority list. The second half here is kind of understanding sort of what is managed services. We already have a large understanding with them, and currently they provide sort of a lot of different systems that allow us to watch things 24/7. And there's also a team involved that gives us the ability, my goal is always, if there is an issue, especially a critical issue, do we have the means and resources to attend to it quickly and hopefully minimize any sort of outage or anything like that. I've been known to respond to emails at midnight, depending who emails me, but this kind of brings more people into the fold and allows us to have a sort of a peace of mind. And then the second bullet point there is sort of the long-term planning. We want to be, instead of just reactionary, we want to be aware of sort of where we see the growth happening and be able to adequately plan for that and sort of help everyone kind of hopefully do their jobs better by planning ahead for expansion and growth in every department that we're working with. In order to maybe take a step back before I talk about maybe future projects, this is maybe kind of like a peek behind the curtain to kind of understand kind of what we currently manage just with myself and my coworker. The first is sort of software. I'm not going to unless there's questions, I'm obviously not going to explain every single program here, but they go from our 911 system to our entire server infrastructure to our phone system. And the big thing to think about here is anything with an asterisk. For example, Civic Plus, which many people know, there's a lot of different people who are editors there. There's a support team. Anything that you see up there with an asterisk is solely managed by myself and my coworker. And again, similar to this is just sort of kind of give an idea of the physical infrastructure, sort of broken down by location. I would maybe, I try to put in order of complexity. So the things on the left-hand side are far more complex than things on the right, but hopefully that can kind of, from maybe like a 10,000 foot view, give you an idea of kind of the things that we manage. And all of these things have, updates and fixes and parts and various things that we have to kind of attend to make sure everything is up and running. And kind of doubling back to the sort of the pillars in the beginning in terms of the increases to infrastructure and various other things. These are things that we have currently tentatively planned based on where we see the growth happening and feedback that we've gotten. And there's more than just what's up here, but I think these are the big things that kind of help show the need for the managed service increase. With the ARPA, one of the ARPA projects we did was replacing the cameras in public safety, which has, based on the feedback that I've heard, been very successful and really helped streamline a lot of the work that they do there. And there's been a need for cameras sort of as they call it sort of a single pane of glass. So they want dispatch to sort of be the focal point to be able to view systems. And I can tell you from experience watching them work, one of the issues or the things that they have to figure out is there's always multiple programs that they have to deal with. And so this is trying to get everything under one system and network everything together so they have one program to open versus, say a program for town hall, a program for public safety, a program for WABA, and so on and so forth. Probably the biggest example would be the fire department with the proposed Station 2. The goal there, I've worked closely with the fire chief to kind of plan for this thing should obviously plans move forward to construct that building. When folks are in that building, they will need keycard access to our 911 system, our phone system, switches and cabling, and the list kind of goes on from there. So we're seeing a lot of needs for that. And same with the radio program at the last bullet point here. There's needs to kind of network and increase the frequency that the radios are reaching, which requires additional project management and planning. This is another example. Again, not going to go too in depth here, but our CAD system is in need of migration, which requires a lot of different hands. I'm fairly heavily involved, but that will take up a large portion of our time. One of the redundancy aspects I mentioned was a cloud phone system. Currently, we have a Verizon backup system that works fairly well, but it does not have nearly as many of the same functionality as the current system. So we want to add a third layer. Our goal is to never have any outages. It's probably unrealistic, but that's always what we're kind of striving for. So we're trying to find holes that we can kind of shore up if we can. And that goes the same for the last one at the bottom. We want to try and add a second internet connection. We have a redundant system with our current provider, but given they are one provider, they have issues like anybody else. And so we want to try and design a system to sort of auto fail over in the event of storms and natural disasters, things like that. That's all I had. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Man?
Go under the infrastructure side if you could for a second. Explain to me, because it seems like a staggering number, the amount of PCs that we have in town hall and public safety, because I don't understand why we have so many computers in town hall. We don't have 46 people working here, and even if they each and every person had a computer, it still doesn't add up to 46.
Well, there's, depending on the use case, for example, in town clerk, there's public computers that the public uses, and without generalizing, a lot of directors sometimes have desktop computers and then they have laptops when they work remotely. So it's not exactly a one for one. I understand what you're saying, that it's, when you think about the people in this building, it doesn't seem to line up. But
so we don't have docking stations that people put laptops into. That
certain people do. Absolutely.
It seemed like we'd be a lot farther ahead by, instead of having desktops, to buy a laptop with docking stations.
We certainly, when folks ask our opinion, we certainly advocate for that because we think it's easy to use.
Well, it's cost savings for the town is what's important to me. And then the other thing is staggering the number of PCs that we have in public safety between PD dispatch and fire department station 2. It just seems 71 computers. It just seems like it's a staggering amount of equipment that you have to manage, but it's a staggering amount of equipment that we have to own for the number of people that we have.
That's a very complex scenario, just because of the fact that, again, there's a similar situation, detectives, for instance, have laptops they bring home. But if you think about public safety, every single fire truck, every single ambulance, they all have their own tablets and PCs mounted. So I'm counting those because those are, for all intents and purposes, operating like a computer.
We're talking, like these are $1,500 computers, though. We're talking at least. So we need to steer towards having docking stations to allow people to utilize docking stations and external hard drives. It's just that the cost of this this electronics is just, it's killing us. $15 here, $1,500 here, $1,500 there. It seems to me like it'd be a lot more cost effective to have, I'm not saying, just as far as a cost benefit, I think that the docking stations are better. You have the laptop you take with you and still have that machine there at your disposal when you get to work.
I definitely agree with a lot of what you said there. I try, from my perspective, I try like I said, when folks ask my opinion, I definitely suggest that because I think it's a streamlined way.
I don't think it should be an opinion. I think it should be this is what you get kind of thing.
I'm told that some department heads and the town manager in the past had not just 2, but maybe 3 computers or 3 monitors so that they could have different screens available for different functions. But yeah,
monitors are fine, but we're talking about, why do we need to have, I understand the need for a laptop in every cruiser and a laptop in the fire apparatus. I understand that. But I look at the amount of electronic equipment that we have here and, putting a price tag to these things is just a staggering amount. It seems like we should whittle this down.
One of the things Dylan and I have talked about is setting up or maybe establishing an orderly replacement schedule for all of these electronic devices because of their certain limited lifespan. And maybe the first question that everybody should be asked when it's time for their machinery to be updated is, what do you really need, given that we have not unlimited resources?
Yeah, I mean, for scrolling on the internet and finding documents over at the town clerk's office, we don't need to have a $2,000 piece of equipment there to do that job.
I will have a $2,000 piece of equipment in the clerk's office.
I'm just being facetious here by saying that we have, we can have a $300 computer to do the job of that. Whereas I see the need for like fire and police to have, especially fire, when you need to do CAD stuff, you need a good computer with a lot of processing. I understand that. I come from an engineering background. I know what it takes to crunch numbers. Okay. But I also understand that we're, basically putting money into places through these, screaming machines that we don't need. I really think we should cut down on this number of the dollar that we're spending for electronic equipment.
To kind of speak what you're saying, as one example, in the past, the police chief had 2 computers, had a desktop and a laptop. When the new chief came in, he kind of went with what you were saying, and he only has a docking station with his laptop. So while I don't think it, I think there's probably more situations that could partake as John was saying, the computers start to be replaced. But I think we are slowly going in that direction.
I just look at these numbers and it's just the numbers of equipment and the cost. When you put a dollar figure next to all this stuff, we have a lot of money sitting out there.
13 copiers in town hall.
Yeah, that's 13 copiers that's a staggering number of copiers. I mean, we're saying we can't get people to walk down the hall to a different copier. I don't know. I could see one copier in the town manager's office. One copier, in finance. Well, 2 copies in finance, and then but centralized copier, a good copier. These locations. It just seems like we've got a lot of money out there.
Any other questions for Dylan?
You already answered mine.
Okay, Mary.
No.
Okay, thanks, Dylan.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Hope we got you out of here a decent amount.
Appreciate it.
I'm not criticizing the work that your department does, Dylan. It just seems like the cost of equipment that we have out there is just mind-boggling.
I don't disagree.
We're all,
Most of which are not. in
Yeah,
your
it's not just,
budget.
you don't really decide how many
we're all
computers.
one
they get,
North
right?
Korean electromagnetic pulse away from disaster.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna do the audit presentation next.
Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I didn't focus on the 13 copiers. Thanks, Jeanette.
Good evening.
Contract that goes along with those too, those are pricey.
Someone just talk over Zoom.
Is from the auditor.
Oh, great. Okay.
I should make the volume.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, John.
Hi, John Mudgett here. Bonnie Dow's with me.
Fantastic.
Thank you for inviting us.
Absolutely. And it sounds like you have a presentation for us. I guess I'd say you can kick it off, Gail, unless you have any sort of prefacing remarks or anything.
No, I don't have anything, and actually I'm not supposed to say anything because it's
Oh,
really
that's
done
right.
independently.
All right. Well, thanks very much. We'll turn it over to the presentation. So, John, whenever you're ready.
Very good. And I will say that Bonnie and I do this a fair amount, and we don't really come so much to preach to you as we do to give you a chance to get to know us a little bit and to ask questions that you may have about our process, about the results, or about anything else that might be on your mind. And as I kick it off here, I'll suggest that Bonnie could jump in at any time. I just want to say that we appreciate the fact that your board does get us to down here to talk with you every year. And I appreciate, despite the comments I heard earlier, I appreciate the opportunity to do this via Zoom. It saves me some time and effort in the evening, and I'm sure my wife appreciates it too, because I'm not gone till all hours. I do want to point out that we've sent drafts of 2 packages to you. The big one, of course, is the financial statements, which Gail is heavily responsible for, along with Auditor Bonnie Dow. And that is accompanied by a second, what we call the governance letter, which summarizes some of the key issues or communication things that auditors and board members often talk about. Mm-hmm. Now, I will invite you to jump in at any time, because, as I say, we don't want to slow anybody down here from getting involved in the discussion. The big package, of course, the financial statements, is primarily financial information. And if you have it with you, you will see that it a big part of it is what we call the basic financial statements, which include both the fund financials by fund and also the government-wide financial statements, which tend to kind of consolidate the governmental funds into a statement of net position government-wide and also a statement of activities government-wide. The funds themselves are divided into two different types. Governmental funds are the ones that take up most of the package with and are the ones where funding is done primarily via property taxes and to a lesser extent grants. The other type, proprietary funds, are accounted for much as a business would account for its activities. They're on a full accrual basis, so they include all of the capital assets and proprietary funds, as well as long-term debt is in the proprietary funds. Governmental funds, on the other hand, are more focused on the flow of funds through the organization. They focus on revenue, and a big part of that, as I said, was property tax revenue and other sorts of either grants or service revenues, such as clerks' fees and that kind of things. The expenditures in a governmental fund are as budgeted, and they include the flow of money out for all the different types of governmental costs that are incurred. That includes things like principal and interest on long-term debt, and also includes what we call capital outlay, which is the amounts necessary for the purchase of capital assets. So those two types of funds are handled differently, governmental funds from proprietary funds. When you pull them together into the government-wide statements, it requires some reconciliation between the governmental funds and the government-wide financial statements to pick up or drop things that are in one system but not the other. So on pages 16 and 19, there are some reconciling schedules that allow you to connect the governmental funds with the government-wide governmental activities. There's no such requirement to reconcile between proprietary funds and the government-wide financial statements, because both are, in fact, accounted for on a full accrual basis. So they include all of those accruals for long-term debt or capitalization of capital assets and depreciation of those long-term assets. If you wanted to drill down more deeply into some of that activity, there are a big set of supplementary schedules, and there are also about close to 20 pages of notes to the financial statements. Those are all part of the basic financial statement package, and those are that information comes directly from the books and records of the town of Hartford. I would like to, at this point, thank Gail for having very good records and allowing a prompt audit to be conducted. And I think Bonnie and Gail coordinated very well to get this done in an efficient manner. In addition to the financial statements in the big package, there are also compliance reports, because there are really three auditors' reports here. The first one is the report on the financial statements, where we as auditors rendered an opinion that they do fairly present the financial position and operations of the town. And then there are two other auditors' reports down in the last section of the package, where the compliance reports are included. One of those compliance reports is really required by governmental auditing standards, and it includes our opinion on compliance as we did the audit of the financial statements, as well as our internal control work. We do have to identify and test points of internal control that we can rely on in doing that audit. The second report in that section is compliance and internal control as it relates to federal awards. Since you exceeded the threshold of federal funds of $750,000, you were required to have these additional procedures performed during the audit for auditing federal funds and being able to report on compliance with federal programs, as well as internal controls over compliance with federal programs. So down in that section, you also would see a schedule of expenditures of federal awards, and at the very end, you'd see any findings and question costs. This year, we did not report any findings. We did, in the last very end of this package, identify the prior audit finding, which had been reported relating to the Welcoming Hartford Ordinance. You may have recalled in prior years, we had pointed out that there was an instance of potential non-compliance with the federal statute. In fact, this year we were able to get an attorney for the state of Vermont to tell us that they had reviewed that and concluded that they did not believe that to be an instance of non-compliance, and we were able to rely on that legal advice and finding to indicate that the finding had been resolved. Can
I interrupt you for a second?
I'm just about to take a deep breath. That's a good time to interrupt you.
Question from Lanny.
Who was this person that provided this information about the Welcome Hartford Ordinance? Just so we have it on record.
General, wasn't
it? Bonnie, do you have Max's full name?
I will try to find the email where I would have that. And
okay, give us a moment and we'll come up with it, because there were some bunch of emails flying around. Basically, what we're talking about is legal counsel for the state's.
So this was from the state's attorney's office, or?
No, just a moment. Bear with me here, just a second.
That's one of my concern, is whether it came from a reputable, agency in the state of Vermont.
We like to think they're all reputable, but some are bigger than others. Yeah,
we're talking about lawyers here. Come on.
The particular agency was Commerce and Community Development, which provides an awful lot of funding to the local towns and cities in Vermont, and they're the ones that we had gone back and forth with quite a bit. And his name is Max, and I'm having a hard time with his full name, which is what Bonnie is digging through in her emails, and she'll no doubt come up with it for you. Anyway.
Thank you. I'm pleased to at least have a name to go with this, and
yes,
official department within the state of Vermont. So
I do apologize for not having that handy. In fact, I would point out, and in the Bonnie?
Yeah, I found it. It's the general counsel that the Department of Commerce and Community Development uses, and his name is Max Krieger. Krieger is how you spell his last name.
Okay, so it came to you by that department? By way of that department?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We did, and one other thing I would point out along with that, having that discussion, in the second letter that we wrote to the select board, in that what we call the governance letter, there is a paragraph on the third page of that under significant issues discussed with management. It's and I will just quote it rather than try to paraphrase. What we said there is, we have discussed the town's Welcoming Hartford Ordinance and the continued potential impact it could have on federal funding. We have reported, and I mean this year, that the WHO finding is resolved as a result of the town's legal advice from an agency of the state of Vermont. However, there is a risk that other federal or state grantor agencies might determine that the town's ordinance is non-compliant with federal law in the future. We believe the town should continue to communicate the existence of the ordinance and the town's reliance on legal advice concerning compliance with future grantor agencies. Well, I still paraphrased it a little bit. I guess I edited it slightly, but anyway, that's what we think. We think that it's likely that there is not an issue, but you probably should be aware that there could be an issue. And by all means, don't hesitate to communicate with future grantor agencies about the existence of it.
Thanks, John.
Anyway, what
Sorry,
else?
No, we have a question or
On that
comment.
specific topic, Don, do you mind if I follow up as well? This is Kim. And we've spoken about this the last couple of years. The select board previously explicitly directed the town manager to not include a letter of to grantors, potential grantors, saying, we have this Welcome to Hartford ordinance, you should know. If what you're suggesting is just as a recommendation, right? It's not any kind of, I guess, what I'm curious as to why you feel the need to keep that particular part. I'm delighted that you have found the issue to be resolved, which I'm very happy to hear. But why still suggest that the letter be included?
Well, I would say this. While I believe that it is resolved, or we would not have indicated that, and I believe that the risk is quite minimal at this point. We have in the past felt that not being open and candid and transparent with the existence of the ordinance, and having received indications in both directions that it either was fully compliant or was not fully compliant with some federal regulations. I think there's still some risk left to the town, and I think it's always better to try to shift that decision onto your grantor agency early rather than have it come up as an issue late.
I appreciate that. I mean, obviously, as an individual who is not an attorney, but has, we certify compliance with grants that we are awarded by recognizing that we're compliant with them. And if a grant award comes before us and one of the requirements is explicitly to, even the Burn JAG grants are now available to the town of Hartford with the Welcoming Hartford ordinance. Anyway, I think that we would look at any grant opportunity the same way we would with compliance for every other requirement that the grantor expects. Like, we don't do that for any other grant compliance requirement.
Can you say what you're trying to get at with this though?
I'm saying I don't think we need to send a letter to potential grantors that we have a Welcoming Hartford ordinance.
I don't think he's saying that we need to say that.
He's recommending that we do. It's in
well, let me jump in, Kim, because I think I would agree. We did not say send a letter.
Yeah, I don't see that.
It was to notify. Okay, I'll reread it, but that's how I interpreted it when I read the report. So I appreciate that, and maybe I misunderstood.
Indicating that you should communicate with them, which could be as simple as an email to whoever you're working with when you're submitting your grant information for reimbursements, or during the application process up front. Say, we have this ordinance. Is there any reason why we would be precluded from being awarded this grant?
Okay.
It doesn't have to be very formal. It doesn't have to be a very formal letter. And initially, when Gail made us aware of this ordinance, that was my first response to her and recommendation, was that you should up front just get a determination from the people that are going to be reviewing what you're certifying and submitting, whether or not they feel there's a potential problem.
Thanks, Bonnie. Could you, John or Bonnie, could you give us just the bottom line on the audit?
If he's finished.
If you're finished, well, why don't you just finish? If you have more to say, let us know. And I think we have a question from Ken.
I don't really have much more to say on that, either on that topic or on the overall audit. I think it went relatively smoothly this year, and we proposed, I think, 4 audit adjustments. And Gail, I know, came up with several other adjustments during the course of the audit, all of which were incorporated into the final product that you're looking at. It still is in draft form until we get an acceptance from your end, in which case we, at that point, get the draft marks off it, and it becomes a final audited set of financial statements.
Great. Kim, you have a question?
Just that the general net positions that are related, like, do you have any assessment? And I apologize, I did review and read through the report, and if I missed you giving some summary of, like, are the net positions of the town, in your opinion, in excellent standing, in a good position? Like, what are those net positions in a good place, in your opinion, for lack of better way to ask that question?
Well, that's a pretty good way to ask it, I think, Kim. I will, let's see if we get back to the primary auditor's report, page 1 of the big package. The first section on there gives a report on the audit of the financial statements. The second paragraph is really what I think you're addressing, and it says, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the governmental activities, business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the town of Hartford, and the respective changes in financial position, and where applicable, cash flows thereof and respective budgetary comparisons for the general fund in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. That's about as close as you can get us auditors to saying, yeah, it looks pretty good.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's fair. And was there any examination of, like, the encumbrances that go from year to year, or is it just looked at as a total sum?
Bonnie, you want to jump in on that? Because I know that they are addressed in total, but I'm not sure just how much detail Kim is looking for.
They are addressed, and in looking at the fund balances and the classifications, that's where I work with Gail and look at the encumbrances that she's identified that need to be reflected in some other category of fund balance other than unassigned.
And on an individual basis, not just as a total amount?
The supporting documentation that she gives me lists all of the different items and how much they are, which come up to a total that we classify as, I believe they're all in the assigned line of the fund balances reported on page 15.
Can I commend that anybody who wants to read the more English heavy portions of the audit report to pages 4 through 10, which are the management discussion and analysis. I always took great pleasure over in Pittsburgh to kind of ghostwrite that, because it kind of gave an overview of what took place over the last year and how our position improved or didn't and why. So that's good for folks at home who want to read maybe the meat of the discussion as to what has happened in this last audited year.
I'm not sure you understand.
You still have questions?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm not sure what you're asking, though, I guess.
Like, is our net position considered a positive reflection relating to, like, other towns our size and that kind of thing? You know, like when we look.
But what about the encumbrances, though? I guess.
Oh, the encumbrances, because I'm constantly, like, we only see these large numbers, and if I don't see what the amounts are, it's fine. I was just curious because in all their the audit report, it only uses the total amount of encumbrances. So I was just curious if that was something that they looked at more.
So would you like a breakdown of the encumbrances from department? Is that what you're getting at? I guess I'm not.
It's something that I don't need. I would like, it's one of those things that, like, you know, we might know how much there is in encumbrances from each department, but we don't know like how much are contracted services and how it's, and I. Okay,
That's a lot of work to put into.
Right. No, I will, let me, a bigger, broader overview of why I am looking for this information is because when I'm looking at, this is our opportunity for looking at our current or the fiscal 25 budget, right? We have this one shot, or is this cycle where we're looking at things. And my only reference to really comprehend what I'm looking at is to look at the historical context. And I know it's all, I mean, I am so impressed with our finance department, our finance director, and that this audit is excellent. Like I'm not questioning anything. I'm just trying to understand better. And so when I'm looking at things like, okay, well, the budget is our responsibility as a board. We are responsible for it. I want to know what I'm responsible for. And so when I'm looking at things like, you know, we're using encumbered funds, there's a lot of places where I just am curious as to, rather than if it's not for a very specific contract, like if it's for materials and supplies or books and periodicals, those kind of things, can they just go in the unassigned fund balance? So then we take those funds, we reduce the tax rate, and then every year in the columns of our books, we see instead of 0, because there are encumbered funds, we know what is actually needed for those departments in those sections each year.
So if I understand you correctly, what you're asking for is you want to know money that's unspent, that's unaccounted for. Not unaccounted for, that's unspoken for. That's future unspoken
for. I just can't see the way it's accounted for. And so it makes me just want to understand it better and say, if we are.
So again,
it's more of an issue for like how we get presented the budget as opposed to the audit. Because we have a recommendation to accept the audit, and it sounds like the audit.
I was just trying to follow up on Lanny's question about encumbrances without. So anyway, I think I will finish my audit questions with just appreciating Gail and the finance department for another exceptional audit.
Great.
Kim, I can speak to that a little bit. Annually, Gail usually presents the board with a list of encumbrances that the board approves. And that list is what she includes in what I'm working with when I'm looking at the classifications of fund balances to make sure that they're reported correctly.
Yes.
So that encumbrance number was just over $2.7 million, and that's included in the assigned line on page 15 of the report.
I'm very familiar with that.
So those are your encumbrances. Any other budget line item in the general fund that is not fully spent, the unspent portion, that encumbrance amount lapses at year end, and you start over with your next year budget. Unless you've specifically made a motion to encumber something on your encumbrance list, the unspent funds from the prior years are no longer available once you turn into the next year. The unassigned amount on page 15 is the amount of fund balance you've accumulated that could be utilized in a future budget or for tax reduction or any other project that the voters or the board develops a plan to vote on accordingly to use it for something. Does that help? Any?
Yeah. It's fine. That is, I understand that part. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Bonnie, and thanks, John, for your work. For no more questions for John or Bonnie.
John's got something to say.
I was about to recognize him. Thanks, Lenny.
Could I ask just one question, and that is as to debt load, based whether it's on the grand list or the annual operating budget or property taxes derived in recent years, do you have any opinion one way or the other as to whether Hartford has an inordinately large amount of debt in its general fund or enterprise funds, an inordinately low amount of debt, or somewhere in the middle?
Well, I would say I think I would call you somewhere in the middle, and I think you are probably a little higher than I see in a lot of towns in Vermont. But what it really comes down to is, I think, is how the management of individual communities around the state view debt. And some believe very sincerely that debt is necessary and it allows you to borrow and have the repayment be by those who are enjoying the use of the proceeds and the purchases and whatever down the road. Other communities I see like to put money aside and minimize their debt. And they do that because they don't want to see the additional cost of interest added on to the debt service. When I look at those, I tend to think it's reflecting values of the communities that I'm auditing. So I don't pay a lot of attention to is it right or wrong. It's more a matter of as auditors, we want to make sure that they're reflecting accurately and properly what their intent is. And I would say that when I look at for instance, looking at the debt footnote in the Hartford financial statements, it's a relatively long footnote with quite a few issues of debt. And that would put it, a little higher than middle of the road for me. But hey, if it's good for you, that's fine. I see some hands up, so I will defer to someone else. Bonnie, did you want to make a comment on that?
Let Dan go first. Mine's more of like an at the end thing. I just want to say something.
Okay, I will recognize Dan, and then we'll get a motion.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm not sure if this is my fourth or fifth budget cycle. I just want to thank our financial director, and I want to name Gail personally for doing that. She's meticulous throughout the year, and there's no question in my mind where she knows where every penny is. And as we get to this point in the year in the audit, we've learned from other towns and newspapers, et cetera, where they have problems with things. And Gail has an answer to everything and can document where everything is. So I just really want to give a big shout out to her for throughout the year, keeping us all accountable for following the proper procedure and documenting things. So when we get to this point in the year, the process goes very smoothly. And that is just a priceless service that she provides the town of Hartford. So we all need to give a big shout out to her for doing that for us. And she's done it for, I don't know how many years, 5, 10, 20. I'm not sure how long she's been here, but she's always on top of all the details. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Bonnie, I think you had a concluding statement.
Well, there was one more thing that was in the governance letter on page 3. That I just wanted to make sure that you guys had read this smaller document and were aware of regarding the authorized signers on the cash and investment accounts with the town. Yeah. It didn't rise to the level of being a formal finding in the audit package, but it is something that we want to make sure everyone's aware of. I do believe that Gail and Joe have talked and are working on a plan to come up with a better best practice on that matter, but just to make sure that you guys were aware of it. And then I also just wanted to double check with Gail and make sure that we have covered everything that she expected us to.
I did have a couple of things, Bonnie. One of the items that we talked about when you were here kind of resurfaced again. And so I just wanted to talk about it in public session regarding when the budget gets adopted by the voters and how it gets executed. Currently, the internal controls that we have in place and the purchasing policies that we have in place does not allow people to have free reign and just kind of like giving them blank checks by department. So an example would be the fire department. If their budget was approved at $3 million, on July 1st, we don't give them $3 million to just spend however they want. And so that was one of the things that you and I had talked about. We had actually talked to John about it when he was here. So if you could just kind of maybe touch on that again, why we shouldn't do that and why it's important that we have our purchasing policy in place and the proper internal controls.
Well, do
John,
you want to
okay.
jump on that, Bonnie? Because I know you test internal controls, and if they don't exist, you write points and they become findings. And why don't you?
You had anything up front you wanted to say? Because I don't remember if we had that conversation the day that you were joining us or not. Definitely your internal control process is very important. And when you start removing pieces of that internal control process from the equation, you're going to wind up with areas that there's opportunity for things to occur that shouldn't be occurring, or overspending budgets way ahead of schedule if things are not going through the proper approval and processes, and especially a bid process or your purchase order policy, to make sure that you're not halfway through the year expending 90% of your budget and then have nothing left to make it through the remainder of the year with. Definitely, if enough proper controls are not in place when we test controls during the audit, you do end up with audit findings on your internal controls themselves, which is that second opinion that John pointed out, where either there isn't enough oversight or enough approval process, or from one end of the process or the other. If you leave out a key piece, you'll wind up with future audit findings. So I definitely didn't recommend going in that direction when it was brought up during the audit, when we had a quick conversation about it.
And it is true that controls are there to protect everybody. They protect the people who are doing the transactions. They get second or third sets of eyes on transactions. They protect management who is overseeing departments and individuals who are conducting transactions, and they do protect members of the board who are oftentimes, very much voluntary positions. And man, I would not personally be on a board where I didn't think the controls were adequate, because I don't want to. It's not just about findings; it's about what can happen. And if you leave the door open, sooner or later, you will wind up in the newspaper. And if you're lucky, it will be because of errors, and if you're not so lucky, it will be because of fraud. That's all I would say on that.
Manny, I guess my question would be for Gail. I mean, is there a concern of department heads in the way that these controls are in place? I mean, you're bringing this up for a reason.
I am bringing up for a reason. Public Works has come before you multiple times indicating that our purchasing policy and our internal controls stall their projects, table their projects. And so because of that, it's come up so many times. As the finance director, I went to our audit firm and asked them if there are other communities that give departments a blank check to do what they want. We have internal controls and purchasing policy in place, even though an amount may be approved in the budget to execute our project. There's a there's a process that needs to be followed. So just like we have several department heads come in front of you to award contracts, there's a reason that they're here to ask you for your approval. And so
is the concern that we can't get materials in time that has to go through all the
I have no idea.
process, or
I have no idea. The purpose of the conversation that I had with the audit firm was to reinforce and confirm that we need to keep the procedures that we have in place to make sure that we're not giving people blank checks. And just because it is approved in the budget doesn't mean that you can spend the funds anyhow, anytime that you want, any way that you want.
I guess the thing that I would have the concern about here is that perhaps it could be a discussion with Public Works to be more proactive in their ask for the funds for what they're looking for. I don't know if there's I hate to hold up our Public Works department for getting jobs done, but I also understand the need for control of our spending and our record keeping. It's all about accountability to the citizens and the taxpayers. And that's part of the accountability, is making sure that we follow the correct procedures. But again, there's a balance there to make sure that we have everything available, I should say.
Well, it's the responsibility of the departments to have their project information together, give it to the town manager and come in front of the board to get approval.
Yeah.
A piece of paper, our purchasing policy does not prevent that from happening. We have board meetings every 2 weeks. And if it was an emergency situation, there is a clause in the purchasing policy that does allow for an exception for that, as we have experienced this past summer.
So it's just a matter of having a sit-down conversation between yourself, the town manager, Public Works to.
There's not anything to sit down and talk about. It's department heads, whether it's Public Works, it's the fire department, whether it's me and I need a contractor to do something. It's a matter of following the procedure and coming in
It's
front
just
of you.
frustration with bureaucracy that as they see it, and they certainly understand that there have to be rules in place. So I don't know that we need to belabor the point, other than to say that sometimes people like to get things done quicker and easier with less red tape as possible. And then they come up against the reality that we have these controls in place for good reasons. So I think that's the summary of it.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's I can understand their position, and I fully understand the position of the town and wanting to make sure that we have this accountability factor as well. So it's a hard place to be in, I understand.
I'll take a motion. We have a recommendation to accept the auditor's report.
Make motion.
Okay.
I move that the select board accept the independent auditor's report on the FYE 2023 draft financial statements as presented.
Were they all done?
Motion
I'll
from.
second.
Were they done?
Yeah.
Was it?
We asked them
Bonnie
to
still has her
conclude.
hand up.
Yeah.
Oh,
So we
okay.
have a motion and a second. Let's hear from Bonnie, then let's discuss. And then let's vote.
The only thing I was going to add is that a lot of those projects are also funded with federal funds, and those grant documents also require certain things be included in your procurement policy to maintain compliance with grant documents and being reimbursed with federal dollars as well. So it's also a thing to keep in mind if there are tweaks made to the procurement policy or procedures in the future to make sure you're still meeting those federal guidelines too. The only other question I had was that Gail had emailed me 2 questions at the end of the afternoon today that I believe came from a board member, and I don't know if we completely addressed them. I just want to make sure no one else had questions.
Anyone else have questions?
I think
No, we have a motion in a second, so we're discussion.
Anyone else have a comment?
Oh, I think I'm satisfied with.
Any
Did
discussion
you have
on
another
this?
question? Or was that?
We can't really go into
another comment that you
discussion.
wanted to make?
No,
We can
no,
discuss
I'm,
this.
I
Much
think-
discussion. Why not? I think we've spent a lot of time on this, and I think we understand that the bottom line is that things are looking pretty good. This is a good audit. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion by the board? Okay, I'll call the roll. Nate?
Aye.
Rocket?
Aye.
Okay, Ally is absent. Mary?
aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
And I will vote aye. All right, thank you. Thank you, John and Bonnie.
And thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. All right, let's do the budget and quarterly review, and then we'll take a break. I think this is the last item you're on, Gail.
She's got her, but we're doing both sides.
Yep. So,
Just a point of order, Mr. Chair. It's really important to make sure that presenters, you make sure that they're all set, because they did have more to weigh in on that stuff. So
Gail, whenever you're ready.
yes, I am bringing up my presentation now. Sounds like I can make you smaller because you're very big on my screen. All right, so I have 2 budget presentations, one for the finance department and one for auditing.
Okay.
And you're lucky enough that mine are pretty small. The finance department, as everybody knows, is kind of the hub of the town, and we take care of all the financial pieces for all of the different departments. Also, a lot of the appropriations that come and go through the town report. And the majority of our budget is made up of human beings, but we do have some operational expenses, and those operational expenses include travel and meetings, membership and dues, contracted services, treasurer's expense, and just some overall materials, supplies, and postage. Last year, budget was at 40,000, some change. This year, I'm proposing a $2,400 increase to bring it up to 42,450. As I said, my budget's mainly made up of people. Budget in 2024 was 476,745, and 25 looking for $44,709 increase. That's for salaries and benefits. Includes current employees as well as retirees. And so overall, the total budget for finance in 2024 was $516,795, and the budget that is being proposed is $523,904 for an increase of $7,109. And then I attached also in here the budget book, which shows initially when I entered my budget for the health insurance, I put in $80.39. It was supposed to be $80,390. This was on the list of revisions that were provided to you last week.
Okay, great.
And questions regarding the finance department?
Questions for Gail? Mary and then Kim?
This isn't actually a question. I just really want to thank you for, one of my questions before we began was I wanted to know how much that was basically untouchable that had to do with the employees and their salaries, and you just.
Yeah, in my budget, it's 92%.
Yes, so thank you for that.
Kim, and then Lynn?
Well, if it's okay, if I can just finish that thought that we started when we're in the middle of the auditor's report about, and also kind of follow up on what Mary is saying. So the,
go ahead.
Before you go there, can I just ask a very basic question?
Yeah, go
ahead. How's your staffing levels?
We're still short one person. As we know, we lost a very valuable person this year from my department, and
the institutional knowledge alone was
correct
a huge loss.
Correct. It would have been 20 years this month that Donna would have been with us. So we're moving along. Obviously, there's been a lot of transition townwide, and we will be looking to fill a position in my department as soon as we can.
And the position would be entitled?
It would be an assistant finance director.
Okay, thank you. I thought we were down one. I just want to make sure.
At the minimum, I need at least another finance person. It would be great to have an assistant finance director. However, we'll see how it goes.
Is it working for you as far as the way that we're collecting water and sewer now? I mean, is it too much of a tax on your people to be doing that you could be freed up for other things? I mean, whatever, something we could look at for moving back up into the public works or not.
I believe collecting those funds is appropriately to be done here in town hall.
I know, I just want to make sure it's not. I mean, yes, it's appropriate, but if it's too much of a tax on your people, that's the big thing.
Well, I think that would be debatable because everybody has opinions about what's too much. So I will just leave it that having the funds collected here in town hall is the appropriate place to do it.
It is.
Kim?
Is it okay during your finance presentation to follow up on some of the general questions that you answered that I asked? Or is this not appropriate because it's your finance? Like, there's some follow-up questions I have to those questions, which I can.
They're not really about the budget, I mean.
They're about the
is
budget,
there-
but they're
I
not
mean,
about the finance department.
Is there a way you could send them to Gail or something? I don't want to keep her here too long. And
Sounds
get
fine.
off-
I
get off
will,
subject.
I will totally do that, just by email with John and Gil.
Okay.
Nothing's urgent.
Okay, Heidi, come up, please, if you'd like to ask a question.
I just have one quick question, if I may.
Sure,
Does
go ahead.
each individual department get a annual stipend? Do they get an increase in their wages, or is that part of, do they have like a contract where they actually get an increase every year? Or does each department have to propose an increase in their wages?
I believe some of them are the union contracts, right? They have step increases, things like that. If John. or
And
Gail
then,
wants
and then as
answer
to
that
non-union employees, the town has the discretion as to what sort of raise to make for those people, sometimes to match the union contract, but it doesn't have to be matching the union contract.
Okay, so union employees do get raises. It doesn't have to be in the budget, so they automatically will get a raise.
But we would want to put that in the budget, because if we're going to make that expenditure per a union contract, we want to follow those numbers in the budget.
Because I don't see one in the department, or I don't understand where it is.
In the finance department?
Because
Yeah.
they're not union. Yeah, they're not union in.
I mean, there
finance
were
department.
increases, there were salary increases.
Did I miss that?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, we also had, there was the compensation study that was done, sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, it's just, I thought
I
she had a
wanna answer.
slide of salaries and benefits, and there was an increase of $4,709.
From the budgeted 24 to the budgeted 25.
So that's their increase.
In-
That's for everyone, including Gail?
In the
Yeah, in the
department, there were salary increases that in many departments based on that compensation study that was done in the middle of this fiscal year. So.
Yeah, ask how many people are in the department?
Gail, how many people are in finance?
That would be for four people.
4.
And that's including benefits.
That
And
seems
including
a
the
little
treasurer.
That's
low. That seems a little low for 4 people for a year, but thank you very much.
Yeah, it's 4 of us plus the treasurer.
Thanks, Gail. Any more questions about that portion of Gail's presentation? If not, we can go to auditing services.
All right, well, I think this one's pretty self-explanatory since we just spent an hour talking with them.
True.
Not sure, with that being said, last year was budgeted at 45,000. This year, for 2025, we're looking at 45,000 as well, with a 0 change. I know there was a question. Sometimes I think it's difficult for people to understand because we start the auditing process before the fiscal year actually ends, and so we have to carry that money forward until it's done. So we will get one more bill from them, obviously, for their presentation tonight and converting this over to the final. And then there's also external reporting that they'll bill us for. So it's ranged anywhere from 40 to 43 in the last couple of years. So.
Okay. Kim?
It's been budgeted for 40 to 43, but it's the actual, there hasn't been over 35 in since 2021. I didn't look back.
I don't remember. I don't have it in front of me. I looked at it earlier today when you asked me to look at it, but we also have, with the more number of grants that we get and the different funding sources that we have requires a lot more auditing. And obviously right now we have ARPA funding, which requires a lot more review. So I think over the next couple of years, the 45,000 is more than adequate. I don't think it's excessive because of the extra reporting that we're going to be having.
Off the top of your head, do you know what this audit cost us? Off the top of your head?
I didn't hear what you said.
Off the top of your head, do you know what this audit cost us?
I don't have the last bill for it yet.
Can I just finish my, anyway, so I guess I'm just so here, it's our job. We're supposed to look at all these numbers and figure out where we might be able to make some reductions. And, you know, I don't want to make any reductions anywhere, but the only way I can kind of reconcile is I look at the historical amounts, and if there's a line item that we've consistently budgeted for $10,000 more than the actual cost of it, I feel like those are places we should look at them. And this, I mean, here's one of like 25 other ones in the budget that I think of. And that's why I'm so hung up on encumbrances, because I feel like I kind of would, obviously there are certain contracts and things that cross fiscal lines, fiscal years, and that's a no-brainer. You've got to keep those funds for that specific project. But if there are things that are less specific and more just the category of, you know, materials, contracted services, if those don't have specific contracts attached to them, then philosophically, I would like to see that money, instead of being encumbered, go into the unassigned fund balance. And then we look at these numbers and we put them all in. We don't, like in the finance budget, there's a number of lines that I'm delighted that they're lower because of utilizing encumbered funds. So that's great. But then year to year, when we go and look at those columns, those numbers are going to be zero, and we don't have the historical context to look at the current year. And so I think that's what I'm grappling with in so many areas, and why I, you know, like the that September list of encumbrances, you know, we have you know, $1.4 million in contracted services, and then another 147,000 plus in contracted services capital. I suspect there are very specific contracts associated with all of those dollars. And if there aren't, I guess I would want to know that. The same thing, like $33,000 in materials and supplies. Like, does it make sense for us to look at what the departments actually need each year in these columns and be able to see what there was actually spent in previous years? That's the whole way I can understand this language. And we see, you know, the primary things we see are like, you know, 60% of the pages of the budget book is taken up by the salaries and benefits, which we have virtually no control over whatsoever, but it's what we see most prominently. And I want to look at the things that we can actually have more control over. And that was a little diatribe, I apologize. But the specific answer on your department, I would love to know the answer to is, could you elaborate? I don't understand what this means. I had asked the question, please elaborate on, it says change in finance external reporting will result in increased costs. And yet answered, actuarial reporting required every 3 years for other post-employment benefits. I just don't know what that means.
So it's actually brought in front of the board, and you guys approve it every 3 years, a report that's presented. It's also in the audit report.
It doesn't mean I understand it.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's not there.
No, so what that is that if every single employee in the town of Hartford was to leave this earth, or die, it would be what we would have to pay to everybody's families. It's a responsibility that the municipality has, is post other employment benefits. It also includes retirees and their families.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I just read that and I had no idea what it said. So
Correct. And it's, like I said, it's done every 3 years. It takes about 3 months to complete the process. And it's very grueling, and gets more and more expensive every year. But
who does it?
We have a vendor that we use out of Rhode Island or Connecticut, and they.
Okay, and we're expecting that in 2025.
They're going to. We already have them on the schedule. They're going to start in February, because it needs to be completed before the end of May. When the auditors come back again to begin their testing. So
Tim, would you feel more comfortable if you had a list of funds that were encumbered from like 2021, 2022, 2023? Would that, so that would give you more of a historical understanding of the funds that were encumbered? Would it?
Here's an example, like
Right, because right now we can't, sorry, I'm interrupting your answer to my question. Right now, we don't know what we're gonna have for funds that are gonna be encumbered. So
I know that.
yeah, so I don't understand how you can base a judgment on using encumbered funds to put towards next. I don't know how you're going to be able to weigh that using funds that you don't know they're going to exist.
What I am kind of suggesting is rather than being conservative with our both revenues and expenses and say, you know, like, we don't want to fall short, so we're going to, again, you know, for 3 years in a row, we're going to budget $10,000 more for something that has cost us $10,000 less. I'm suggesting that, like, instead of saying, okay, let's budget $10,000 more than we've paid in the past 3 years for this line item, and then the chances are that those dollars are going to go into encumbered funds, or, you know, or into the unassigned fund balance. Did you see I don't know if you had a chance, I sent this afternoon the way the quarterly budget presentations were presented back in 2018.
I have not had a chance to go through that
and
yet.
It basically shows like the glide path very more specifically. It's that kind of specificity that I like, just looking at. So when if I look at the list that we approved of encumbrances, and again, I don't not support that these are all legitimate things, but if I know out of $478,000 encumbered of department equipment, if I had a sense of like what that was, like what, you know, is that like 300,000 of it is in the police department for consoles or the dispatch consoles or things like that, I think I would have a better sense of, it's just a language, right? It's like knowing what we haven't spent before, we've brought forth. And then when we budget the same amount, like if we look at only budget versus what we budgeted last year and not budget versus what we actually spent last year, then we're not really looking at apples and apples. I'm getting
Do we have any questions on auditing services for Gail? I'm sorry, but
Nope,
we're getting off topic.
So the only thing I would mention about the auditing services is if, when you're doing your wrap-up session, if you do decide that you would lower that amount, I would need to know, because we do have to sign an engagement letter with the audit firm at the beginning of the year, every year. So if you come back and you say that you only want to approve it for 38,000, I guess you'd probably be prepared that we're going to have to go out to bid, because the one that we signed for this year was 42,000. So
did that require a bid anyway?
No.
That's not the threshold. It's not above the threshold.
Not with them, no, because when we originally sent it out to bid with them, however long ago it was, it had a renewal that went along with it. So
I guess my biggest concern is that, I mean, is if we don't have the money there, we have to go out there. We know what these folks are doing for us for auditing. I mean, just for this one instance, we know what the great audit team we've got here. Okay. In this one instance, if we don't have the money in the budget for it, but we want to use them, where are we going to, how do we pay for those funds? Unassigned funds? Is that, I mean, to Kim's point of trying to cut
I would have
this,
to come to the leadership team and on our Monday stand-up meeting and say, I'm short $10,000. I need to pay the audit firm, because clearly you can see in my budget, there's the majority of my budget is all people. So.
I'm just trying to understand how we can weigh Kim's concerns about not putting so much in the budget if we don't need, you know, like why put $45,000 in the budget if we're going to pay $35,000? I can understand that point. Okay. But I also want to make sure that there's a buffer there so you don't have to go through all that. I mean, by the same standards, you can't just say, well, we'll just take, you know, that we were saying before about public works. By the same standards, you just can't say, well, we're going to take money from here and pay the difference, you know? So I'm not sure if there's a way to reconcile the two wishes for us to get more.
One line of several that I So I'm not requesting that the board reduce the amount. I'm using it as an example of.
Right, for many, many things across the board, yeah. I just don't see if there's a way to do it without having to go out there and try to, for lack of a better term, rob Peter to pay Paul. And that's what we've done in the past with town managers 3 or 4 back, and we ended up in a lot of trouble because of that. Robbing from Peter to pay Paul. We have a budget for a reason. Do we follow that budget? And we have the money left over at the end of the year that we can do things with. I'd much rather see the money up front in the budget and have it left over at the end of the year to be able to offset taxes. But the way you're saying is that,
which is what the current tax rate is what's in the budget right now. I want to fund every single thing that has been requested in the budget this year. I'm not sure that's fiscally responsible. So I'm happy to.
No, of course not.
All right.
Okay.
Gail, do you have anything to add on the auditing services? That's fine. If not, if you'd like to start the quarterly review, that'd be great.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
All right, so every quarter you get to see me, and this particular quarter that we're looking at is for the first quarter of fiscal year 2024, which covers July 1st through September 30th. You're asking why now? It's the end of November. Why are you just getting it now? Well, it takes, after the after the quarter ends, it takes about a month to get all of the invoices in, to get everything posted. And so here I am now. Could have come the board meeting before, but we've been a little bit busy with other things. So we will be getting back on track. I'm trying to make this a better view for everybody, but I'm not sure why I can't.
It's fine.
Is it all right?
Yeah, I think we can follow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have 3 choices. We and I know, Kim, we can talk about this, your recommendation that you want to put in front of the board about changing the formatting of the financial statements. So we can talk about that after, because I do have some comments as well. This is a pretty simple version. Green light, we're in good shape. Yellow light, we want to be a little bit concerned, take a look at it. And then red light, we need to stop and take a look at what's going on. Sorry. So with the first quarter, 3 months, so we're 25% through the fiscal year, and that's where we want to be. We want to be at 25%. And so looking at the appropriations, we're actually right on track right at the moment. If you look at last year and compared to this year, we're very close. Last year we're at 4.5 million. This year we're at 4.8 million, based on the budget amounts that we have from last year and this year. Looking at our revenues, I want to remind everybody that tax bills go out once a year. So you're looking at these numbers, like, oh goodness, it's 99%, 97%. This is the amount that was billed. And so just want to make sure that we were clear on that part of it. And then delinquent tax balances. This is something that I've added on here probably 5 years ago because it was a question about it. So here's 3 years of delinquent tax balances as of 9/30/21, 9/30/22, and 9/30/23. You can see we're a little bit higher in 21, came down in 22, and where we're at as of September 30 of 2023. As a reminder to everybody, when we roll over the taxes to delinquent taxes in February, the goal is always to stay right around $1 million, and then we draw down from there. So we're in a fairly good place right at the moment. And then this slide just shows the consolidated summary of what I just barely spoke about regarding the expenditures. And then the revenue as well for the general fund. Local option tax. Again, this is a slide that was put in because there was a lot of questions about it. You'll see on here the balance of September 30th was 404,000 and some change. You'll see the history of the collection that we've had going back to 2021. Again, the current balance that we have as of 9/30/23 was 404,000 and some change. We still have a commitment based on voter approval to spend 166,355 out of there in February for the second installment of the appropriations, which will bring us down to 237,000. That's a number that you'll want to keep in mind as we're starting to do our wrap-up session. You'll also want to keep in mind the revenues that the history of the revenues here. So you can take that into consideration as we're looking at alternative funding sources for the FY25 budget. At a very minimum, you'll have the 237,000 that you'll be able to put towards, if you would like to, towards the FY25 budget.
That's with voter approval. This is ARPA, or is this what? This lot?
This is local, yeah.
Lot, yeah.
Yep.
So it's got to be voter approval.
I think that goes without saying,
Yeah.
but thank you, Lanny, for saying that.
Oh, yeah.
The next one is the American Recovery Funds. The balance as of 9/30/2023 was 2.4 million. Don't get really excited because of that, obligated to date is 2.6 million and available to obligate is 270,000. Questions on the general fund, local option tax, or ARPA before we move on to solid waste?
Kim?
Can I just double check? So that question I asked about the interest income that was over $200,000, that had nothing to do with.
Has
ARPA?
nothing to do with ARPA at all because that lives in a different fund. That was simply in Fund 10. The bank increased their interest rate.
That was like $160,000.
I understand that.
Can we get that interest rate again?
Our treasurer has been working very hard with our bank. And actually the interest rate has gone up even more.
Okay, that's great.
I know.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, that was just the ARPA reminded me of that.
ARPA is in a government fund, but it does not live in Fund 10.
And then does it accrue interest?
It does accrue interest. We only have a handful of accounts that do not accrue interest because legally we're not allowed to have funds, those specific type of funds accruing interest.
And does that get considered into what that total amount is?
It does.
So
Correct.
that is the amount including
Correct.
interest. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my comment regarding local option tax was that in the past, we have put things out there to be paid for by local option tax to the voters, and we have not been approved on it. So we have to be very judicious in how we approve or how we spend these local option tax funds. That was a comment I was making, that it's not just for this board to decide where we want to spend the money. It's where we can ask for the expenditures of the money with voter approval.
Yeah, I think parking meters is the only thing that the voters didn't approve. Everything else has been put forth.
Yeah.
They have approved, but
Just
you
gotta
are
be, yeah.
you are correct. When you're working through the budget process, you will want to make sure that you're selective in what you put
Yeah,
put there.
I mean, there was a lot of, the whole libraries fiasco we went through and everything. We just have to be very judicial on how we look at spending funds from what areas to present to the voters.
Well, I don't think the library was a
No.
fiasco, but I guess, again, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Does
For some,
anybody
it
else
was a
have any
fiasco.
further questions on the general fund?
Nope.
So quickly going to move through the enterprise funds. As we know, those are separate from the government funds. Fund 30, which is a solid waste facility. Again, they're at 25%. Excuse me, the glide path right now should be at 25%. The appropriations as of 9/30 were at 14% for 2024, very similar to what we were last year. And as we go through these, I want to give kudos to the staff because the first quarter of a new fiscal year is very stressful for everybody, and making sure that you're not expending too many funds because you're just starting a new fiscal year. On the government side, we don't have our first tax collection until August. Enterprise funds, they're basically starting from zero as well. So kudos, before I go any further, I do want to say kudos to the staff for that. Looking at the revenue, we're at 21%, which is fairly close to the 25%. Last year we were at 22. Given the challenges that we've had at solid waste, I don't think that that's anything to be too concerned about. Looking at the accounts receivable balance as of FY23 at this time, it was 3,700. This year it's at 3,800. So not a big change. And then again, the next two slides is just the consolidated expenditure comparison report from our finance software, as well as the revenue comparison. Would everybody like me to continue going through the rest of these?
Any questions on this last section?
Solid waste.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Good idea.
Next fund is Fund 50, which is our White River Water. Again, 25% was our target glide path. We're looking at, in 2023, we're at 45%, and in 2024, we're at 31%. Just as a reminder, this fund is part of one of the capital improvement projects, and the revenue that does come in for reimbursements, they are moved through the expenditures, and at the end of the year, they're moved to the balance sheet. It's important that they maintain on the expenditure sheets year round, through the process to make sure that they're being accounted for correctly, as well through the reimbursement process. And the same thing goes for the revenues. You can see last year at this time, we were at 62%. This year, we're at 41%, which is a bit higher than where we should be. And again, there's capital projects that are going along with that. Accounts receivable balance in 2023 was 243,000 and some change. As of right now, it's 127,000. And then the next two slides are the consolidated expenditure and revenue. Questions on Fund 50 before I move on?
Anyone? Okay.
Fund 55 is the Water. Last year at this time, we were at 33% of our appropriations expenditures, and this year we're at 28%. So certainly green light, no concerns there. Revenues were just about right on target. Last year at this time, we were at 27%. This year we're at 26%. And as far as the accounts receivable balance goes, we're slightly lower than last year. Last year we were at 88,000 and some change, and this year we're at 82,000 and some change.
Okay.
Again, the next two pages are the consolidated for the expenditures and the revenue comparison.
Okay, any questions on the Water? Nope.
So I'm going to move on to Fund 60. Fund 60 is another fund that has is having some capital work done there. And FY23, we were at 25%. We were right on target there. And this year we're at 14% as far as the appropriations go. Revenues last year at this time we were at 35%. This year we're at 16%. Part of looking at 2023 for the revenues, it is an ongoing capital projects that they have there, and we had several reimbursements that came in after the fiscal year, and because they're bond reimbursements, they're not considered to be a receivable at the end of the fiscal year. And I know that's a lot to absorb, but just to give you a high level overview of why the difference was. Last year, accounts receivable balance 381,000 some change. This year, at this time, it's 217,000. So you can see that it's significantly lower. And a lot of these changes in the balances for the water and wastewater, when you see the decreases, it really has to do a lot with the amount of promotion that we as a community did for a lot of the programs that were available. There were a lot of residents that were struggling trying to meet their water and wastewater bills. And so I know that it wasn't always welcomed by a lot of people, the amount of promotion and putting it out there and for for our community, but I would like to say this is showing a big difference in those programs, and I certainly recommend that the town continues to promote them as they become available.
Does the town not get, so if it's like a state program or something like that, they're not paying the town, it's just doing like.
These particular programs that I'm
Yeah.
talking about, there are programs that are available, they were available to anybody, whether you rent a place or if you own a home. And if they were available for water, wastewater, all types of utilities, as well as their property taxes. And we helped a lot of residents with that process to get their applications submitted and work through that process. And it also allows them, you know, we're not going to go shut their water off because we know that they're working through the process of it.
But the town is not compensated for like any subsidy or anything that's given?
What happens is that they apply to the state then sends us a payment for the amount of money that they owe.
So in theory, we still get money for people who use those programs?
That is correct.
Great.
Questions on Fund 60 before I move to the final one, which is Fund 65?
Questions? Looks like we can move on.
Looks like I have a huge typo in this one. Where not the glide path is not 75%, it's 25%. I apologize for that.
It's not March.
Nope, it's not. This one, the appropriations, FY23, we were at 66%. And this year, oh, you know what? I apologize. This slide's not even updated at all.
Okay.
I'm very, very sorry about that. But good thing is I put the support in here, which it does have the correct information.
Okay.
So the expenditures for 2023 at this time, we were at 453,000 and excuse me. And this year we're at 465,000. So we're very close to where we were last year. And then for the revenue side, last year we were at 346,000 and this year we're at 348,000. So we're very much on track to staying where we were last year.
Great. Questions, comments, follow-ups for Gail?
Did you, I mean, I had set a format that I really liked for these quarterly presentations, and you said you had some comments about that.
I do have some comments. So that format that was put together, I received a lot of negativity during those presentations because it was too much. I was told that it was too comprehensive, it's too much information. And so that's why we switched to a more higher level, user-friendly presentation as
The traffic lights.
that is, which is very common, it's very common for when you're doing presentations at a higher level. When I meet with department heads on a monthly basis, we go over line by line and go through everything because they're the ones running their departments. And then it's also reviewed by the town manager. I do have concerns reverting back to something as comprehensive as that. But
even if it were not that whole bottom section with all the GL codes and everything, but if it were just a more like illustrative version, but by, what do you call that? It's not by, is it by fund, by department?
it would be by department.
By department, but they were broken down in a way that's like.
So it would be by department code. So you would have 111, you'd have 115. So basically the same way that the budgets are being presented to you, they could be presented in those categories.
Does anyone else have any opinion about a little more detail in the quarterly?
I haven't had a chance to look at what you sent this afternoon. I don't know if anyone else has. So I think it's something we'd all have to take a look at before we could.
Basically, like, instead of looking at the whole general fund and like, you know, I mean, because clearly I don't have, there's no lack of confidence that like, that if something is a concern in the budget that comes up that needs attention, it will be brought to us. But I think this is just a nice way for us to look at like, oh, you know, legal fees, we looked at that before. It was a few years ago, we got more expenses and we were like, we need to like pay attention to how much we're spending on, you know, this kind of thing. Anyway, I'm always gonna prefer more information than less, particularly budget related, and I respect that. I want that to be a healthy balance with what to expect from finance staff and the town managers. So
Yeah, I think we can discuss that and see what the board thinks. I like a high level overview personally, you know, and so I think board members are gonna have different sort of preferences for how deep they wanna go and how much they want to, you know, rely on the town manager.
When did you send this, Kim?
I emailed it to the select board this afternoon.
Yeah, so everyone on the board, if you haven't seen it, take a look after this meeting and it's something we can bring back up.
Maybe there's some compromise in there or something.
Any questions for Gail before we take our break? Thanks, Gail. We've been at it 2.5 hours, so we'll take 5 or so. And then be back with the planning and development.
Great.
Room?
We're here to hear from the Department of Planning and Development. We've got Lori here with her presentation. So Laura, turn it over to you.
So just like to share with you what we're doing in the department. And there we go. Okay. It's not quite doing the whole screen. I need to get rid of the upper portion of that. It's not doing that. I need to go to full screen here. Anyone have a suggestion on?
Might be able to reduce, like, or zoom out, right?
Why is that not doing that? Any suggestion?
View, go the view at the top.
Wait a second. I've got to do it this way. This other thing is getting in my way. I'm having a hard time viewing that up at the top. It's not up, there we are.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is obscuring it. And I can't. Okay. I'm sorry. I can't see that far up there to get. Unfortunately.
Can I help you?
Yeah, sure,
You can move
absolutely.
this little
Yeah, that's
bar.
what I'm trying to, oh,
Okay.
that's
Well, you
why
can-
it won't,
you
it's
can
not
actually-
moving. Like that. Okay, there we go. And then I should be able to view the whole thing. It's not a slideshow, it's just a PowerPoint.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
That may be the problem.
Not even a PowerPoint, it's a PDF. It's not even it's not in a PowerPoint order.
It's not, no, it's.
Can't you use a little slide on the bottom right?
It should.
Just make it smaller.
No, we can do it now, but that's, or you
No.
can get that anyway.
No, that's.
Mm.
And I guess that's
Okay.
the problem is I ended up doing the slide instead of the power. We'll get through it. Okay, I should be able to reduce this screen. All right, well, we'll just get through it. So this is a proposed budget. And what I'd like to do is just talk a little bit about who we are and what we do as a service community. We are very much similar to some of the other departments. We have a lot of our services are provided by individuals. And in that regard, and I just like to read this to you because I think it really states a lot about who we are. We are a service infrastructure-oriented department covering a broad range of community-based program areas to meet and plan for the current and future needs and interests of town residents, property owners, and businesses, while being stewards of town lands, nature, historic, transportation, housing, and economic resources. We're a small department, but I think we do a lot within our small department. And one of the things I want to speak with you this evening about is the fact that we really do need some additional staff in our department and really looking at a new housing and development specialist to be added onto our team. We are vacant, our current admin position is underway for being recruiting a replacement. So we have 7 different areas within our department, program areas within the 600 series. And each of those has a very active participation through town appointed committees. And our Conservation Commission is our first one under there. And again, the budget that we have in here is really ones that are the responsibility for overseeing, working with staff is that appointed committee. And we feel it's really important that we give them a budget to do the programming specific to the areas of their concentration. So here it's natural resources identification. And Tom Kale actually is here. And so at the end of the presentation, he may want to offer some additional comments on that. He's the chair of the Conservation Commission. Under zoning, it's a lot of technical assistance that we provide, but also, and that's very particular to our application process under the zoning regulations and subdivision regulations and various ordinances. And we also staff the 2 boards that come out of that, which are quasi-judicial boards, which means that their authority is directly taken from state statute. And as a Dylan state, it requires that unless the authority is specifically given to a municipality or the planning commission or the zoning board, we don't have it. So a lot of what we do is dictated by state statute. Under the planning. I killed that off. Okay. Okay. Somehow I came back on. Under the planning department, we are working very closely on a lot of different issues there. And in that regard, it really covers the gamut of things. It's land use planning, transportation, energy, resilience, economic development, public art, design review. We have our downtown designated growth center. We have the designated downtown TIF district. There are many different things that we work on in that area. And that's where the bulk of our staff is in that section. Under housing and community development, again, we're focusing on the housing piece of it. And that's another area where I want to just sort of emphasize a little bit more about what we're doing. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But in this area, I have captured a new funding request, which is $1,000, which would go towards our new housing, Hartford Committee on Housing and Homelessness. And so that would be similar in nature, that we do provide resources to all of our town appointed committees or commissions. Under the next section, we have forestry. That's a small budget, but that's one that is overseen again in coordination with the Conservation Commission. And that really is focused on maintenance of the town forest, which is their responsibility for management. Under historic preservation, again, we do a lot of outreach and public education, but it's also one of the areas where we do documentation of the historic resources in the town. And this year, we're going to be adding an additional $5,000 to revamp and redo the Veteran Parks kiosk panels in coordination with the upgrades that are being done as the War Memorial in that Veterans Park. Community resilience, its focus for the last couple of years has really been on food resilience, and that's something that they'll be looking at a little bit more comprehensively in the next meeting, looking to see what more are the things that they should be doing in a broader context. And then we have a couple of different conservation fund and reserve fund. This year, the committee is asking for an additional $3,000 to be added into that budget. Tom could certainly speak to that more specifically. And then under our reserve fund for town-wide economic development and marketing branding plan, that's a little budget that we're building up every year. And that will start to be getting more funds in that. And that'll actually be taking place a little bit more, because this year in a work program that I'll be talking with you about next meeting, we have some very specific inventories that we're doing as part of our state mandated work program for the coming year. And that'll also give us some additional funds. So, and then we have some we have some funding in for capital, and that's additional money per year to provide the additional match that we need for already funded capital improvement for the interchange around Route 5 and from Ballard Vale Drive to Sykes Avenue. And then we also last year through the capital program, there were 2 additional projects that you put into action, and we are reserving funds every year for the grant match that we will have, and the one that we will be having shortly. So those are timed out accordingly to meet the requirements that we have for when we anticipate going for grants. So in that regard, so the next thing that I would like to talk a little bit with you about is continuing our Homes for Hartford program. Housing is we have some highlights, but I would say housing is probably the biggest thing that we really are focused on right now as a broader context. We're finishing up a lot on our TIF projects. We have a couple more years to work on that, and thank you DPW for all your help on that, on making sure that gets done. But I also want to just highlight a little bit more about what we're finding. Many of you may have heard the term Homes for Hartford, and it really is that we want to create an environment that we have housing to house those individuals that want to live in Hartford and work in Hartford. Find this as the place that they want to call home. And it's not just about the physical part of it, but it's also about the sense of community and what having adequate housing creates that environment for a community. So one of the initiatives that we wanted to highlight again is the housing development program. And is that something that should be invested in, and how would we go about doing that? ARPA dollars were earmarked for further conversation about that, and here's the time to really dig into it a little bit more. The initiative that we're talking about initially is implementation of a pilot project, and I'll get into that a little bit more, but it really is the time for Hartford to start examining what are the ways that we can do this. And some of the things I want to highlight here is, here we see, we started asking the questions during our update of our town plan. And that really is the impetus behind the focus for getting the additional staffing as well as getting the additional resources in order to implement some housing projects in a housing program. And when we asked the question to the public at our second community meeting, this is one of those word wall things, so that the bigger the word, the more the people use that as their response. And you can see that there are a lot of different perspectives, but the one thing is there, it's like, we need housing, we need it to be accessible. And out of that, we had presented a lot of data during the planning process. And what we discovered is that we have some really, really critical housing issues. And as you can see, the age of our housing, the changing demographics in our community, we have affordability gaps between what people make and what they can actually afford with the housing that's on the market. We know we have an issue of addressing those individuals that are unhoused, creating neighborhoods, which I talked about before, not just homes. What is our infrastructure capacity to support all of this? And diversifying the type of housing that we have, the income groups that it's available to with that limited supply. And I want to just highlight one of the statistics that we talked about that really digs into this situation, which is we have a mismatch between that number of housing units that we have and the type of housing units that we have and the need that we have. So as you can see in the first column, we have 10% of the housing need is in 2 to 3 bedrooms. Yet the housing stock is 64% of our housing stock is in there. Yet we have 76% of the housing need is in the 1 to 2 bedroom area household, and only 18% of that exists within our housing stock. So that's a big gap that we've got, and we really have to start digging into that. And we have to dig into that beyond just the great but limited resources at the state and regional levels, and even at the national levels. So one of the things that we're really starting to look at is how, with the adoption of our housing chapter, can we start to put in place some goals, strategies, and action plans that will actually start to get at creating new homes in Hartford. And so some of our other highlights are the adoption of the plan. We've started our plan for the economic development chapter this fiscal year. We anticipate hopefully completing the adoption of the town plan this fiscal year too for the housing chapter. We don't anticipate completing the economic development chapter until 2025 fiscal year. But those are all things that have to be worked on. We are adopting plans. We have to have in place some resources in order to actually move forward with implementation. We could talk a little bit more later about what those could be, but some of them are also developing our townwide marketing and promotion and branding projects, building on the results of the downtown business and consumer survey that we'll be completing, as well as our building inventory of uses. And that's part of our mandated stuff for our downtown program. And then providing high quality services again to the community, parking, our bicycle and transportation options. Again, continuing the TIF project implementation, continuing our support to our appointed committees, making sure we're in compliance, and obtaining and implementing additional grants for the town, which we have over $1 million since my tenure here. You know, we've been able to acquire in terms of grants and been very helpful. And then again, continuing on our town forest management plans, food forest expansion and other resilient activities, and then community education and outreach on all of our program areas. And so we've, you know, where are we in terms of the guidance for the budget? I think we've hit the mark on a lot of them, as you can see. And that is it. So I also know that John Hafner is here as the chair of the Committee on Housing and Homelessness, that you also might want to provide some comments if you're open to that as well. So Tom, do you want to make any?
I can answer any question.
Okay.
Okay.
We had the same budget as we had the last 6 years.
Okay. Thanks. Lynn, questions?
Explain to me Amtrak. 2023, we were at 13.8. 2024, 24.5, and now we're proposing 22.5. Explain that.
Amtrak, did you say?
Yeah, Amtrak.
That's Parks and Rec.
I thought that was all under his. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking on the wrong page. All right, never mind.
Oh, that's okay.
My apologies. Okay, so I did want to ask a question about the housing and homelessness, the 1K that we're looking at for that. What are we looking to use that 1,000 for?
Okay, so
The committee.
we have it broken down in about and John can speak a little bit more to that as well if you'd like. And we are looking at $400 for advertising for public outreach and community engagement events. $250 for state and regional housing meetings, because they're starting to make connections all over the state with other organizations and committees and so forth that are focused on housing.
Wait a minute. So let me interrupt you a second. Does this mean paying members of the committee to travel these locations or to pay for the fees for the meetings?
Both. And that's similar. That is what we do for other committees and commissions as well. It's consistent.
Okay.
With what we've been doing. And then $350 for materials and supplies for the public outreach and community engagement meetings that they want to host around the topic.
Okay, and then my other question was, I would like to learn some more about the Conservation Reserve Fund. Talk to me about that if you could, what we're trying to do there.
Well, that's a fund that's used for larger projects and also for things like helping with the landowner wants to put land in the conservation. We can help in the past to pay certain fees to conserve the land. So that was in our land trust.
Okay, so that sounds almost counterintuitive, because here we're talking on one side about the lack of housing in the town of Hartford, and the other side we're talking about preserving land. So I guess
if I may, you know, the one thing that we're actually targeting for is trying to do both of them at the same time. So there's someone that, for example, that has approached the town and is interested in preserving, interested in building housing, but he also has a large tract of land that he'd like to make sure is being preserved. So a lot of it has to do with the configuration of how the housing is done. Does it have to be spread out over a larger area, or can you consolidate where the development is occurring, but also preserve that natural resource for the residents of that community, that area, as well as the new housing, as well as the broader community?
So within the Hartford housing plan, then, is there like areas we're looking at for growth for housing in the town of Hartford? Is that how we're focusing on this growth of housing, and then the rest of which we're going to look at preserving? Or, you know, we have the town forests, and I understand that we want to do some housing preserves, but we definitely need housing in the town of Hartford. So how does the housing plan address this while balancing the needs of land preservation?
The theory is
Maybe Tom, can you go up to the microphone?
Yeah.
Sorry.
the idea, Lanny, in the town plan is that development for housing, additional housing will be concentrated in areas that are already developed. So they're trying to eliminate, we don't want to have sprawl and fragmentation. So areas that are already rural would be more or less would be left rural. We have areas in the town plan that are designated as conservation areas. Towns that are rural, like the South End, for instance, where you have the larger farms. But for additional housing, to have that concentrated in areas that are already developed.
Tom, is that
John,
mic on?
could you identify yourself?
Is that?
Oh, Tom,
Yeah, is that mic on?
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah,
It's not high enough.
Yeah, it's good. Just identify yourself for the record.
Yeah, Tom Kale, the chair of the Hartford Conservation Commission.
So is there the opportunity then for the growth of housing while not impacting the opportunity or the need for conservation within the area of growth? I mean, we want to just look at expanding White River Junction. We want to look at expanding Hartford Village. I mean, what is it that the area is? I mean, there should be still some green space in each village. So I'm just not understanding where we're going to get the housing growth while still doing the conservation.
So it means people with money
Could you identify yourself,
give
please?
their time, their excess land.
Yeah.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Chet Potter, White
Thank you.
River. So it means all the housing is gonna be
Yeah.
concentrated in White River. And then
Yes.
people with money and land will be able to live comfortably up on Jericho with the budding neighbors.
Kim, did you have a comment?
Kickbacks.
Great question. Thank you.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think I wanted to make sure we weren't conflating public land and private land.
No, I'm not. I'm
Because we
public
can't
land is,
dictate what someone does with their private land.
I understand.
You don't have to give them as financial.
I'm sorry, can you
Jeanette
be recognized? No, you don't have to identify yourself.
I think you, sorry,
You
Jeanette,
can either
point of
go
order,
to the
point of order,
microphone
Jeanette.
or just wait until someone's finished talking, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, well, you don't just have like an open dialogue, we gotta do it in the.
Yeah, no,
rules. It's hard. Anyway, and a lot of this is explicit in the town plan, but I think that having some dense residential development and some natural resources is an ideal combination, but I won't. Anyway, I think we can do both, Lanny, this is my point.
I'm just concerned that we're doing cluster housing and not spreading housing out where we can, where we should.
A lot of control over that.
Questions on the
Wow.
budget presentation?
I mean, I guess I am curious about if you want to come up to the podium, Potter, and tell us, are you in opposition to the funding that the Conservation Commission is requesting? And if so, please just address it with the microphone, thank you.
Sorry, this isn't even what I came for, but I'm in opposition for giving tax incentives, further tax breaks, incentivizing privatization, so we get huge tax breaks to conserve huge tracts of land that wealthy people have, so that they don't get multiple huge buildings around them. This coming from someone who lives in White River, who I wish I had offhand, it's unbelievable the amount of housing we have had and are going to have piled upon us in White River. Without Queechee, so Queechee is not, right, like the other areas are not. Wilder even had maybe 4 units, but it's all on White River, like all on those folks, all of the housing is just, it's gotta be White River. And then we're going to incentivize and give tax breaks to people to privatize essentially their land, to put it forever conservation, and I'm all for conservation, but I don't think that myself as a taxpayer that I want to foot the bill for someone and help them financially to conserve a giant swath of land so that they can have a lot of privacy.
Is what she's describing.
The idea of maintaining areas of natural resources in the town, undeveloped areas, is not to make the purpose is not to make estates for wealthy people. The idea is to conserve the natural resource, to have these larger areas that are undeveloped, to prevent fragmentation, which is the development of houses, McMansions or whatever that are spread out throughout the town, so it becomes a big suburb. You know, we want to maintain the rural nature of the town of Hartford as much as we can. I mean, it needs to be some development. And that development, the purpose of the town plan, the aim of the town plan is to have that concentrated so that you can still maintain areas that are rural and natural. So it's a public benefit to the whole town to have a dynamic ecosystem in the town, not to become a big suburb. If Hartford becomes a big suburb, it'll be a change in the character of the town, a change in the lifestyle of the town. And that's what the idea of supporting people that do not want to, can't afford, you know. They want to conserve their land, but they can't afford the $5,000 or $10,000 of legal fee it takes to have that land conserved and have a Vermont land trust or Upper Valley land trust. You know, there's a cost to getting into those programs. If they go over a year, they have to do an audit, look at the land, paperwork. So, you know, it would be, you know, we're not going to support just anybody. It has to be somebody whose land has an integral part in the town of Hartford. And there's maps that we can go over that show areas such as the south end of town that are designated as rural areas to maintain that part of the.
So do you say the budget for this is the same as it was last year?
Yeah, it's been that, right.
It's been that way for a number of years. Okay.
And we've used it for other projects. We did some trail work in the Hartford Town Forest. In 2020, we had the VIII, Vermont Youth Conservation Corps. They came out and did some trail work that had been designated as trails that were unsustainable and erosion. And that cost us $14,000 for 2 weeks of trail work, and that's getting a good deal. So $3,000 a year, you know, it's going to take us 5 years to pay for 1 year of trail work. So,
Mary?
Yeah, and also I think sometimes we have to think about, and this is all over, it's not just in Hartford, is sometimes conserving this land conserves wildlife corridors. And most of us love that aspect because, of course, when you get sprawl, then it cuts down on habitats for a lot of animals. And so it really makes a difference. And I think it's, you know, it's being done everywhere so that, you know, New Hampshire.
You're missing my point.
Okay, can you please, like was mentioned, this isn't just a back and forth. If you want to make a comment, you can wait your turn and go up. Any questions more for Lori on the budget here? From the board first, anyone?
Are we gonna, the ARPA funds that you had proposed, are we gonna see any more specifics of that?
I could get into that if you'd like.
I mean, I thought you said this was the time to do
Right.
that.
So I can.
I know you don't want to get into it.
No, I mean, if people have questions about this, and Heidi has a comment, so I think we've heard from some people for and against the $3,030 that's in the conservation.
Wait a minute.
Heidi?
This is still talking.
Just one more thing. There was 20 acres that the town owned in the middle of town that I brought up to the planning commission. And I'll talk about this later because it's on the agenda, that we could have conserved. It was town land that got given to a developer. Given, free and clear by a town manager in 2017, which I question the legality of that. However, I'll get to that later. If you want to conserve, I have a black bear that lives in that area. I have lots of, I have little brown-nosed bats in that area. I have lots of stuff on that hillside. There's so many reasons it should not be developed. We had an opportunity to conserve that land and that green space, that green hill as you come into town. We had a perfect opportunity to conserve that land. And we literally gave it to a developer to try and put, who still hasn't paid taxes, by the way. Again, I'll get back to that later when it comes up. Please understand, my frustration has turned to absolute anger at this town in the lack of insight that it's unfathomable to me. So it is tied to this. It's tied to conservation. I'm 110% for conservation. Not so much on Jericho or whatever. I mean, you want to see sprawl, go out to Quechee Lakes. Come on. Like, this is I got more to say about this.
Questions about Lori's presentation? Kim, I think you have one.
I mean, I guess at least at some point prior to our decisions on ARPA, I would like some more specifics about the proposal.
Right,
So it
so I
doesn't
can-
have to be tonight, but
Well,
what, can you just?
Yeah,
give us
so
a-
we're
Give us
talking,
the overview of what you're thinking of.
right, the overview of what we're thinking about. And again, the housing committee is working very closely as the in helping to create this. We're looking at it being a loan or a revolving loan fund program or grants. We're really looking at it's focused on creating that housing that I talked about, which is really needed. And we need housing at all different levels. So it's partnering with the community members and saying, how can we, through a pilot project, start to get at that critical housing need that we have? And so looking at it from the perspective of tagging on, very similar to what we do with the Hartford Business Revolving Loan Fund. We generally are a supplementary source of funding to enable a business to be established in the town or to expand within town, and making sure that they can create jobs. And in a similar way here, we're looking at how can we partner to bring the community into it and the property owners. So you might look at different ways in which you can do an accessory dwelling unit. Costs for that can range anywhere from like $50,000 to over $150,000. So with the money that we were earmarking for this, we were looking at taking 10% of what the investment would be and provide that as a loan towards the actual development of that. Or it could be a grant, depending on the type of housing that's being there. Under ARPA, we cannot do anything other than a grant. We can't do a revolving loan fund, but there are other communities that have done a switch out with the ARPA dollars, where they have taken the ARPA dollars, funded some other activity within the town that could be funded through that, as well as coming forward with some improvements with the non-ARPA dollars, and that gives us a little bit more flexibility on it. So we're talking about, up to $15,000, 10% could go up to maybe $15,000 per property per house being developed. And it translates similarly as we did with the Hartford Business Revolving Loan Fund. It translates into growth in our grand list. This increases the growth in the grand list. And taxes are returned to the town for that investment. But we're also starting to really get at the necessary need for Hartford as a community, starting to really tackle this housing project and homes for Hartford, rather than it just strictly being reliant on state, regional, and federal dollars. So that's what we've been talking about, is the shape of it. Maybe John would like to offer a little bit more detail on it from his perspective, from the committee's perspective.
Okay.
Hi, John Hafner, Chair of the Committee on Housing and Homelessness. And just to speak to this idea a little bit, I wanted to reference, I don't know if you can bring it up, Lori, but the slide that shows the mismatch in the housing that's needed versus the housing that we have, or existing housing stock. And effectively what that's showing is that we have a lot of larger homes that are housing a smaller and smaller amount of people, and that logically makes sense in terms of the aging population of town, and needing to find ways in which to more efficiently perhaps utilize that space. And even take advantage of people who might want to downsize but can't because there isn't the same type of housing stock that's needed. So there are a couple ways of doing that. You can do that by building new developments that have a lot of 1 to 2 bedroom or studio to 1 bedroom apartments. And you know, I don't particularly have any judgments towards them, but I know that sometimes that can be a point of contention, as we've talking about in terms of relating to conservation. Another way to think about it is to how do we more efficiently utilize the existing housing stock that we have. And so say we have larger single family homes that could be converted into duplexes, triplexes. It uses existing buildings, it doesn't cost as much money in terms of new construction, and it's working in cooperation with an existing member of the community that may have individual needs that are both mutually supportive for themselves as well as for the larger community. The hard thing is that there isn't really an active program to do that. Other towns have explored that in ways of incentivizing community members to either add an accessory dwelling unit to their home or to convert their home through retrofitting it into a duplex or triplex, et cetera. So those are some of the things that the housing committee can look at, as well as borrow from other examples.
Great. Questions for Lori? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Lori.
That survey you referenced, the revitalization or the downtown business survey, that's happening in 2024 or already, it said completed 2024, so that means.
Yeah, it's gonna be
it will be
completed. It'll be happening in the next 6 months.
But the White River revitalization funds that have been accrued, that have been encumbered, what's the purpose for those?
Okay, so you're talking about fund, under fund. I just wanted to make sure, is that under 623 you're talking about, or?
It's in.
Because there's different ones that, there's marketing.
I'm talking about the reserve fund, it's 10,921,544.
Okay, so so that's a marketing. So we're gonna be, the inventory that we're doing will actually help inform, and the economic development chapter update will help inform our marketing analysis, as well as branding. So we will be able to start to put together a marketing plan as a result of the inventories that we're going to be taking, and as well as the economic development plan that we're developing. So
a marketing plan, marketing what?
Well, it could be marketing the town-wide for economic development.
The entire
town and White River Junction particularly, because it's one of our major business centers. So.
And when do you anticipate that will happen?
Well, we're putting out right now for the RFP for the economic development chapter update, and we are encouraging that to include, we want that to include also some guidance for what type of marketing plans we should be looking at. The inventory that we're going to be doing in the downtown businesses will also start to help inform what additional businesses would be best suited for our downtown and then in other areas as well.
Thanks.
Questions for Lori? Just Heidi, go ahead.
Hi, Heidi Duke, White River Junction, Vermont. I do not believe that ARPA funds should be within a department's budget. That I would like to put on the record. I also do not believe, and I've made this point before, that ARPA funds should be for individual residents' use. If a homeowner wants to do an auxiliary dwelling unit, and Lori's saying that there are grants out there, I think that they should utilize the grants and find their own funding, because ARPA funds are COVID relief funds from the government to be utilized by the whole community. If you're gonna give ARPA funds to a homeowner, not only is the homeowner gonna benefit from the additional, let me find my wording, the additional income from their home assets, they're also going to benefit in the long run from the revenue that they're going to make off of renting that unit in the future. I understand that it's going to be housing a person or persons within their home, but you have to also take into account that Hartford, I attend planning and zoning meetings, is bringing on many, many apartment buildings here within 2024 or into 2025, which is going to be housing quite a few individuals. One being on Prospect in the corner of Maple. There's housing coming in up in Ballardville Drive. There's housing being proposed on Hickory Ridge, and I know there's housing coming in on Hartford Avenue. I know that the one on Prospect and Maple is not even full. As of the H. Corey meeting, I know that they didn't even get all the applications. Is that correct, Kim?
I read that in the newspaper.
Yeah, so I know that there's going to be plenty of apartment buildings coming open. I know that someone just bought the Brookside Nursing Home, and that is also going to be another housing project coming open here in the near future. So hopefully some of these will be going through our town as affordable and not luxury loft apartments, because there's not a need for luxury loft apartments in this area. A lot of people cannot afford it, and it's not even sustainable in this area because people just don't make that kind of money. People have working lives around here, they just don't make, I mean, getting a little bit off track here, this last quarter's water and sewer bill alone set a lot of people back when they saw that bill. I mean, I'm hoping and praying that the 7 of you sitting on this board take this budget season and really truly think about what you're going to move forward and what you're not. But as far as ARPA funds should not be in a department's budget. And they definitely should not be used for homeowners to put forth a revenue into their home or into building onto their houses. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thanks, Simon. Questions for Lori? Okay, thank you, Lori.
You're welcome.
I think you're here for our next item as well.
Oh, yeah.
She is.
Which is the validation resolutions regarding notice for 2016 and 2019
Let me
TIF
just
on warrants.
exit out of here. Okay. Yes. So this is a very quick item. Let me see right here. So during the 5-year TIF district audit, a question was raised regarding whether or not there was sufficient public notice for 2 of the bond issues that went forth, and recognizing that there isn't any specific language within the TIF rules stating how you would correct for this. We had worked out with our attorneys in 2020 to actually put a notice in our 2020 bond that encompassed any deficiencies that may have existed in the prior notification. And during our audit, the state auditors, this is not the town auditors, it's the state auditors for the TIF program. They said, well, we're not sure that it's covered. Because it doesn't speak to it. Go and consult with your attorney. So we went back and we consulted with the attorney, and he said, well, let's just do the resolutions because it'll take care of any questions of whether it is or is not covered by the TIF rules. So the resolutions before you are a provision that the state statute allows, known as a validation resolution. And those resolutions allow you to address any inadvertent errors that may have occurred during the bonding process. So those are before you. They are 2 separate validations because it addresses 2 separate bonds.
Any questions for Lori?
Make a motion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make a motion that we adopt the attached validation resolution regarding the March 1st, 2016 town meeting, and adopt the attached validation resolution regarding the March 5th, 2019 town meeting.
I'll second the motion.
A second from Mary, discussion. All right, seeing none, I'll call the roll. Lenny?
Aye.
Rocket?
Aye.
Ally's not here. Mary?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
And I will vote aye. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is the stream erosion update.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this can be fairly brief as well.
Yep.
On October 27th, the Hartford Fire Prevention Division was notified of hazardous conditions reported at 361 South Street and was requested to conduct an investigation. I'm quoting now from the fire marshal's memo of November 20th. The report was in concern to the building being in imminent danger due to slope erosion and failure in the rear of the structure. Later, he goes on to say, while conducting an initial evaluation of 361 South Street, slope failure and erosion was noted across the ravine. The Hartford Fire Prevention Division responded to the following properties to evaluate both potentially hazardous conditions. These are at 1295, 1297 Hartford Avenue and 1167 Hartford Avenue. Both properties have been required to have independent technical analysis conducted in regards to geotechnical hazards. This town has since hosted the state geologist, Ben DeJong, PhD state geologist, and who toured the sites. The situation at 361 South Street has been determined to be an imminent danger to both the occupants and the building. That's a private residential home. The owners were advised to seek alternative housing arrangements immediately. The other two are not as imminent a hazard and have been designated as moderate hazard levels to be, again, getting some geotechnical engineering studies done by those two owners. Suffice to say that there was enough concern on the part of the state geologist that he thinks that a buyout of the residence is a pretty clear and compelling alternative. And we may, as the town, serve as a conduit for buyout processing and funding. So stay tuned, that might be coming down the pike. Lori Hirschfield has dealt with this before, as I think maybe some of the longer serving select board members have for previous incidents of flood threatened homes. So anyway, the other two properties, the ones with moderate hazard associated with them and requiring further geotechnical study by the owners, are the Cumberland Farms property and Stones Throw condos. So stay tuned. No doubt there'll be more to be learned in the weeks and months ahead.
Is there any possibility of bank stabilization or slope stabilization there versus just?
Well, first we want to see the geologist's study. All we have from him is kind of an email saying, yes, this would be a great buyout opportunity for the residential home. We expect a more fulsome report from him. Then there will also be these privately funded geotechnical analyses done on the commercial properties on the other side of the stream. And I just don't know what they will say.
I just see this as being one more residence that's, housing stock. There again, we're losing housing stock. And it just bothers me that we can't do something about bank stabilization versus.
Lori Hirschfield and Brian at DPW have been talking separately with FEMA and Vermont Emergency Management to see if we can't become eligible for some funding to do hazard mitigation project around it. But for now, everybody's in information gathering and analysis mode to see how big of a scope of a problem we have and perhaps how to deal with it.
And what are we doing to help the current homeowner for?
They've been directed to those state agencies that can provide short and long-term funding, short-term assistance to relocate and get out of that building, which I believe they have, and then longer term for this buyout program that we may be involved with.
And then again, in terms of Cumberland Farms and the Stonecrest condos, I mean, that's a huge condo in the condo complex, and to lose that, we're talking about another.
And nobody's
substantial
talking about
impact.
losing that. That's certainly premature.
Okay.
We're just advising them through the fire marshal and I believe the fire chief to get those studies done so that they can develop their own plans for addressing their problems. I don't know if it's a good time to ask whether Scott or Tom are on the Zoom call.
Neither one of those is being asked to vacate the locations.
No, certainly not.
Dan has his hand up. Scott Cooney is on. I
Good.
don't see Tom Pelletier.
Good.
Dan has his hand up, right?
Yeah.
Let's hear from Dan.
Sorry, point of clarification. I apologize, but did Lori say there were 2 motions that need to be made? And did we do that in that one motion, or did we need a second motion for what she needed to address those issues that she had?
So it was one motion validate, adopting both.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Did Scott have anything to add or
Cooney.
not? Scott Cooney. Doesn't
He
have
doesn't have
to.
his hand up, but if Scott, if you want to share anything.
Can you hear me? No, I'm all good. I think John covered it well.
Thank you.
Do you have a question or comment, Heidi?
Yeah, Heidi Duto, White River Junction, Vermont. John, do you happen to know if they actually went up and down on both sides in that area to check if any other residents or businesses were being subjected to the same issues?
I can't speak to them to that because I wasn't present with them on their tour, but I can't believe that they wouldn't have done so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Our next item is assessor errors and omissions, parcel number 45-180, and we have the assessor here.
We thought we were going to see you long distance, Rick. You decided to come in.
Yeah,
Well, from across the hallway.
I wasn't sure if I could get on Zoom or not.
Oh,
so
okay.
Figured I'd drive it.
Thank you for that.
Let's see if I can share my screen.
Okay.
Are you already, I'll make you a panelist.
I gotta find it. There we go.
Did you get the invitation to join us in this?
Yeah, I clicked on that.
Oh, good, okay.
Let's see.
Wonder if our friend over at Jams has any technical assistance to offer you.
It's not sharing my screen. It's not, I don't see where. Share the screen now.
So I plug it in.
Right there, share the screen.
Oh, yeah, there's the big green one, yeah. No wonder I couldn't see it.
There you go. But we're not sharing it yet.
Yeah, it should be.
There it is.
There we go.
Good.
All right. Rick?
All right, so-
background and what's going on?
Yep. So I'm Rick Vincent. I'm the assessor for Hartford. This is a housekeeping item, essentially. So a few years back, it was discovered that, let's see, is my. Yep. If you look at the screen there, this red lot right here is the municipal parking lot. The pavement is actually right in this red area right here that I'm pointing to. This hatched area is essentially the hillside with the trees. It was discovered a few years back that this area, this hatched area, is actually part of this Gates and Dixon lot right here.
Okay.
So we have to combine these two, make this one parcel. The problem is the red area, the hatched area. Thank you. The hatched area is in the TIF district, and you see these bold black lines here. That's the TIF boundary. So the red area is in the TIF district. This white portion of that, called newly formed lot, is outside the TIF district. So according to the state, we cannot have one parcel straddling the TIF district. So the problem is, and so I had conversations going back and forth with the state by email. So, all right, so then what do I do? This is one parcel. How do I correct this? We can't adjust the boundary, the TIF boundary. So how do we do this? They suggested that we make, in our Cannabis system, in our assessing system, make two parcels, two different span numbers. So I'll have to back up time-wise. So for the first tax bill in July, this was all assessed as one parcel for $39,000. And that's when the state said, no, you shouldn't do that, make it two different parcels. So this is where you come in, this is the errors and omissions. So what I have to do is make two separate parcels. So as I stated, the total value for this whole parcel now is $39,000. What I'll do is make one parcel for this area in the TIF district. That'll be valued at $37,000.
Okay.
The white area, that portion of the lot will be $2,000. So there's no change in value. It's just a matter of reallocating the value between two parcels. Sending out a second tax bill for, I forget one of these, I forget which one it is. I think it's gonna be the red one. We gotta create the new span number, new parcel for that. And then correct the grand list. So the grand list total value will remain the same, but we'll have two separate parcels in the grand list. So the motion is, let me scroll down and find that.
Approve the E&O corrections.
Can I ask a question here?
Yes.
So this is the end of Bullard and Stacy, correct?
I'm sorry, what's that?
This is at the end of Bullard and Stacy, correct? Yeah, the property is at the end of Bullard Street and Stacy Street.
I'm not that familiar with the streets there. Yes, it is, yes.
Is this checkered area? Is that all hillside? Is that developable?
Well, yes, if you look, let me find where I was. There's actually a subdivision approved. So if you go to the next.
Well, that's what I thought. That's why I'm asking
it. You'll see right here, there was a subdivision approval for.
Where?
Okay, let's we have a question to Rick.
I see. Okay, I'm looking at this.
So
okay.
That red hatched area, there was a subdivision approval for 4 lots, 3 additional lots out of that.
Okay.
But that's hillside, isn't it?
Yes, and there is a limit to where they can build, which is shown here. This gray area is the unbuildable area. So they'll have to build for the larger lot here. They'll have to build in this white area, and the same thing with these other 3 smaller lots. There's really no restrictions on those lots. They can build in the white areas there.
What is the elevation change? Do you know? I mean, do you have a topographical map of this area?
No, I don't have that. I drove out there when all this came up. This was shortly after I started, so maybe in May or June I drove out there.
Chris, do you know if Public Works has a topographical map of this area?
I give you too much history on it. It's got a geotechnical reports on it. It's got topographic maps. It's got site plan of where houses would have to go. Those lots do have restrictions. The houses have to be up close to the road, and then there is non-disturbance areas.
Do you want to
Huh.
Officially?
Okay, I just,
Because I feel like there's gonna be more questions.
But the subdivision is getting beyond.
Okay, so,
There's concern what's gonna
so let
be
me
beyond-
ask you this. then. Okay, let me get back to the root of this.
Back to Lanny's question.
Yeah, let me
and
get
then
back to
we
the
can
root
hear
of this.
from everybody, all right?
What are our options at this point as a town? What is it? Our options as a town? What can we do or what can't we do?
For the proper building?
Well, no, for right now,
2 parcels.
yeah, all you're asking about is this parcels. What do you want us to do about that? What are our options on these 2 parcels?
There really aren't any options. We have to create the 2 parcels to bill this properly for the TIF district.
Okay, okay,
And
so
that's what this is for now, but the subdivision is beyond the scope of what I'm looking for now.
Right. So to correct this, the state says basically we need to turn this into 2 parcels.
Correct.
Okay, and does that, and the value of these 2 parcels, right, now that they're 2 instead of 1, I think the value is the same tax value, right?
Right.
It's just spread from 1 to 2, right?
Right.
Okay,
how long have these been in the ownership of this individual?
wasn't that the thing, they found out that 1 part was owned by someone and they didn't know it?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure
Yeah,
out.
there was a.
I can answer all these
Okay,
questions.
we do your opportunity, let's.
I'm trying to get the word from the assessor first.
But he didn't.
Well,
No.
I know, come on, there we have to be some amount of decorum here, okay?
Okay.
Rick, you can finish up answering and then we can hear from the
So-
member of the public.
From what I understand, so I started in April, this came to me shortly after I started. From what I understand, there was a survey done back around 2017, there was a survey done on the Gates and Dixon property. That's when it was discovered that this red hatched area, I'll call it, was part of that Gates and Dixon lot. So there was discussion back and forth between the proper owners and the town because it was assumed that the red lot, that municipal parking lot in that hatched area was all owned by the town of Hartford. So in 2017, the town conveyed any interest or any potential interest in that land to Gates and Dixon. So they essentially conveyed that red hatched area to Gates and Dixon to clear up the title.
So
Okay.
you're telling me since that time, they've been paying taxes on this?
Right, it hadn't been corrected in the, well, no, Gates and Dixon had not been paying taxes on that red hatched
No,
area.
but since 2017, they have been?
No,
What?
so it was not corrected in the assessing records. So that's what I corrected when I started here, and then, so I billed it as, straightened out, added that red hatched area into the acreage for the Gates and Dixon parcel to tax them properly. And then this whole issue with the TIF district and the straddling of the TIF district came up. So that's what we're cleaning up now.
All right, can you, before we hear from the public, can you just remind me what the motion is? It's basically to create 2 parcels.
Yep. So you want me to read the motion?
Sure.
Okay.
I think that'd be helpful, and then we can hear from the public.
Yep.
So outside of all the other questions, is this sort of a clerical change? I mean, is there a substantive change by doing the 2 parcels?
No, again, the value will remain the same. It's just,
It's correcting, basically.
yeah, and sending out a new tax bill. So we'll have 2 tax bills instead of 1.
Okay.
So the motion would be to approve the errors and omissions correction to the property located on Fairview Terrace, map ID 45180, span number 285-090-12311, and map ID 45180-TIF, span number 285-090-17062, and the 2023 grand list.
Okay.
Is it actually 0? Is the address 0 Fairview?
It's 0 Fairview Terrace.
Okay. Questions? I'll take a motion or hear from.
We'll hear from the public, probably.
Well,
I'd like to hear.
someone needs to go to the microphone
I
and talk to
understand
us.
Yeah, she's
that
been-
I've
Okay.
been reprimanded several times.
Go ahead, Gina. Go ahead.
So,
Introduce
all
yourself
res-
again. Introduce yourself.
Jeanette Potter,
Thank
White
you.
River Junction. Could you pull up the map, please,
Sure.
just so I can point? Richard, you're new on the scene. No harm, no foul here. There is a lot of omitted information, so I just want to get the backup. My house sits on this lot right here, okay, totally surrounded by this. So I just wanted to start by saying it's interesting that we're talking about auditing and accountability this evening. I'm here to request accountability by the town of Hartford regarding lots 45-180, which is labeled as Gates and Dixon there, which was given by Leo Puller without any select board approval or oversight in 2017 to Gates and Dixon. That was as a result of the villages having to, they did not get the church that they wanted. So they had to dig into the sand embankment, similar sand embankment, might I add, as 361 South Street. We're at the edge of a river. It's an estuary, is that the name of it? Esker, there it is. So it's gravel, it's sand. It was historically, this has been a sand pit. And so this was given so they could dig into this side. This was given without any notice to me as a taxpayer who lives right here, who experienced a whole lot of shaking in my house for the entirety of the villages going in. That is lot number 45-180. That was given as the hillside property to the villages with the express purpose. They needed that. They needed to dig into that with the condition that they continue the road. There was a trail, ancient road behind it, which that is up for debate too. Anyway, as of 10/13/89, the Birchwood development right here, these, that tax map of 45-212, which is this lot, explicitly says, no, all land on the northerly side, that's north, northerly side of the 40-foot right-of-way within the proposed lot is within a conservation district. We care about that, right? We just said we care about conservation, right? Sorry, I'm really passionate about this. And is not to be disturbed, okay? 12, so these are actual tax maps, so I just put it all together because all the information is everywhere. So you can look these up with the dates, right? 12/30/2014, tax map 4180 is attributed, this Gates and Dixon label is attributed, totally makes sense, to Miller Trading Company. Miller Trading Inc. Makes sense. The old Northern Stage, I don't know how much you guys know, so I'm just giving. The old Northern Stage was Miller. Miller owned that whole hill. He owns our house. Yeah, Miller Auto, right? Totally makes sense. So that, then we go to 2017. They're building the villages. This land was given by the town manager without any knowledge that is documented anywhere of anyone else. It was just given by the town manager, signed off free and clear explicitly of any past taxes, and that taxes should be due from this date forth in 2017. To date, I as of a couple of months ago, there's still not been any taxes paid on that Gates and Dixon 45-18, okay? 5/31/19, the tax map changes, finally. So 2019 now, this is 4 years ago, the tax map changed to Gates and Dixon LLC. Oh, there's so much here.
Can I interrupt you a second, Jeanette?
Yeah.
I understand your frustration, and I understand your not being happy with somebody paying taxes the way they should. I understand that.
And my house is gonna slide down the hill, just like South Street.
What's before us right now is not anything that we have an option of.
But
I
he
mean-
was given 45,180.
No, I
as the
understand
hillside
that, but-
Property, and then just took,
But my point is, what can this body right now?
I want an
Do
audit
that.
done. I'm sick of digging this up and talking to lawyers and paying people. Like, I want this body who is in charge of this town to get to the bottom of, is this even legal, number one? When we fought it in planning commission, we went September.
So, okay.
October, we went 4 months, and then what happened? Cause we're a split vote, cause they said this should never be built on. Okay, never be built on. And then Kim, I have all the public records, Kim and Mike decided that, what was her name?
What year was
Robin
that?
Adair.
Robin Adair Logan.
That Robin Adair Logan should not, who was the deciding vote? Who was an engineer who said, based on a complaint by this developer of the Villages, because she spoke up in a meeting and said, yeah, that you shouldn't build there
Okay.
because there were trees.
That vote not to reappoint.
Time out a
I'd be
second.
happy to talk with you about that.
Time out a second here. Wait, time out.
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree with Lenny.
Time out. Wait a
Is
minute.
this something to look into? Yes.
Yes.
I've heard of this before.
The
Does
thing
it
is-
affect the
yeah.
I have
issue
been
directly
harping on
before?
the town about this since I found out.
Well, how do we direct the town manager to do some research on this, to get answers back to this board and the landowner in
I
question
just,
about
on the
this?
state site now, it lists this all as one parcel on the state site. And that it's their ownership. I
Again,
think if you
What's on the agenda is simply an error
I
and
understand
omission.
that. I understand that. I want to
Anything-
get through that.
You might want to instruct me to do something, but you should probably put it on an agenda.
Oh, I understand
For
that,
future
but
discussion.
what I'm getting is how do we do this part that's on the agenda without doing the research?
I think it's a simple explanation to this nice woman who's here, that nothing that's anticipated in tonight's motion has anything to do with the underlying merits of what has happened in the distant past or the recent past, as I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's something we need to look into, or you want to file a complaint and ask for an inquiry, that's fine.
So you are not combining these two parcels? Is that
It's making
clear?
them two, right? It's turning 1 to 2, right?
He's taking one property and billing it two different ways
Right.
because it's in two different districts. Is that right, Rick?
That's right.
Because in the state tax database for this, it recently changed to combine 45,180 and 45,212. I can show you.
So it shows us on our tax.
Often when you have multiple properties owned by a single taxpayer, the
He's not a
tax
taxpayer.
maps are
Yeah,
combine those
exactly.
properties. Yeah.
He's never done it.
Well, I'm saying somebody who's on the tax rolls,
Right.
somebody who's
So-
responsible.
And I'm
for taxes.
suspecting that this came up because I reported for tax fraud because I wasn't getting an answer from the town after 4 years in these planning commissions. So I reported fraud to the IRS, that there was somebody that was not having to pay taxes, but being told they owned these parcels.
So how do we get through this while still getting an answer back to this property owner that's out in Hartford about?
We can certainly put it on an agenda to go in the future. I mean, right now, I mean, I understand what I wasn't aware of any of this information before, so it's interesting for me to hear, for sure. But our motion in front of us is just to make this sort of clerical error on the tax rules.
I just don't want to turn her away without her feeling that she's getting. Well, let me finish what I'm saying. Let me turn her away while feeling she's going to get some justice out of this.
Right, and part of this is how can someone subdivide without ever have been paying taxes, right?
Mr. Chair, may I be acknowledged, please?
Yes, Rocket.
We need to keep our items on scope. This is not, Lanny, this is not about helping citizens or not helping citizens. We have an item on the agenda that is about a clerical issue, and I don't have a stake in this state matter or the delinquent taxes or any of this. But I would advocate that, given that we have a warned meeting, we stick with the agenda, that this issue then be taken up with documentation and information that we can digest in advance, so we can enter the conversation informed and then also find solutions. I'm not going to say that the town is cleared of any wrongdoing. I have no idea. but we also have a town manager who's been on the job for under 2 months. So in the interest of moving this meeting along, I would say that I'm ready to make a motion and that we should stick with the agenda at hand. Thanks.
And I just want to remind you, the agenda at hand is 45180, which is Gates and Dixon. It doesn't have anything to do with 45212. That is what's on the
But
agenda.
you are also bringing up matters that are on a state website. We don't have any of this information. So
It's
what can we do?
I think the compromise is to look into this issue further on an upcoming agenda. Because frankly, you know, I mean, what you say is kind of compelling, but I don't have any background. I mean, it sounds like you've done a lot of work on this.
I
And if
will
there's,
forward the emails that I've sent to previous select boards, of which Kim Souza has been on those emails.
I have not.
And
Jeanette.
I'll just
I'm not,
forward.
I'm a
I'll just-
liaison to the,
Right,
we'll talk
I'll
later.
just
I would like to
forward
talk with you.
all
okay,
Yeah.
but I think one thing is if you can send us information, that would be helpful. Because I'd like to, you know, we'd like to help you out and address this issue. We just don't have any real background in it.
I understand.
So what I would say is I'd encourage you to reach out and send us the information that you have, and then we'll vote on this and we can take up, you know, what you send us.
I'm
at an
just
additional
worried that
meeting.
this sets a precedence that this person owns this separate parcel, which is not owned if you're. That's my concern. So
Okay.
as long
So,
as that is
question.
fixed.
Yes, Lynn.
If we don't do this tonight, what's gonna happen?
Then we cannot correct the bills. So the incorrect billing will go forward, which will cause problems with the TIF district and the valuation of the TIF district, which would make the state unhappy.
But what do you, okay, so what do you, in your realm that you work in as an assessor, see as the time required to investigate what Mrs. Potter is saying?
I've already looked into a lot of it. I don't have the deed in front of me. What I recall on the deed that she had mentioned, the city conveying the property to Gates, Dixon, or Miller, or whatever it was at the time. That deed described, I'll go back here with my cursor again. That deed described this white section here, labeled as Gates and Dixon, that's 45-180, and this hatched area in the red. That the deed described that whole area. That was all conveyed.
Right.
And that matches what the survey, which is, I think the next page down.
So are you telling me you won't have any more answers? Is that what you're telling me?
Tonight, I won't have any more answers, but I
I
did.
understand that, but
I, researched this. And this, according to that deed, and according to the survey, that's all one parcel. I don't know if that answers your question.
I'm not the one that has the overwhelming questions. Mrs. Potter that has the overwhelming question.
Yep.
And I understand too that she may not get the answer that she wants either.
But
Okay.
you just said it's one parcel. Like you literally just said it's one parcel.
According to the deed and according to the survey, that's one parcel.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering if this is something we could table.
Based on what Rick said, it doesn't sound like tabling is a particularly good idea. If anyone wants to make a motion, they can. No one makes a motion, then we move on to the next.
Yeah, I guess I would like to know if there's any validity from the town standpoint of what Mrs. Potter is saying before we go forward with this and make something that we can't unmake.
I think you can unmake anything.
Well,
we just have another motion to make it back to what it was. And if someone hasn't been paying taxes and they owe taxes, that's something the town can do.
Right.
That's something the town relishes doing, and then go back quite a ways. So Rocket, I think you said you'd make a motion. If you want to, you can. You may not want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just pulling this up. Is it the page 140? Is that the correct?
140, yeah.
140.
Yeah, okay. So I move that we approve the E&O correction of the property located at 0 Fairview Terrace, map ID 45-180, span number 285-090-12311, and map ID 45-180-TIF, span number 285-090-17062, and 2023 grand list.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
A second from Mary. Any discussion before we vote? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Manny?
I'm gonna vote no on this right now. I'd like to have more information on it.
Okay. Rocket?
Aye.
Ally's not here. Mary?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. Okay, so 5-0-1. Thank you, Rick.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is the wastewater bid review. I think we have Chris here for that one.
Did you give Brian the night off?
It's probably Zoom.
Ah.
I don't use Zoom, so.
There. Good evening.
Wait, Rick, you're still sharing your screen.
Hey, Rick,
Is that possible?
can you turn your screen off?
Your screen check.
It gets late, people get tired.
All right, set. All right, I'm gonna keep this relatively quick and simple, I hope.
Fantastic.
All right, so if we all through the previous processes of our capital plan and our budget processing, we've done quite a bit of background and overview on the water engineering needs up in the Wilder area along Hartford Ave, Norwich Ave, Gillette, etc. So in accordance with the budget, in accordance with the capital plan, we put that out to bid to our pre-qualified engineers. There's 4 of them. 2 of them have too much workload, not enough employees, and backed out of it. Despite concerns over schedule, we got bids from 2 of them, one being Otter Creek Engineering, a very good firm, and one being Duffin's Group, a good firm, who we recently did the Gate Street Hill and Maplewood Terrace Extension water main project. Dufresne Group came in not to exceed of 120,000, which was on budget. Still leaves money in that capital outlay line item to go after the asset management that we desire. Otter Creek Engineering was a little bit higher on the apples to apple bid. They provided 2 bids. One was a different amount for every segment we proposed. So if we wanted to break it out and do separate projects on each one, they're all in on one project was 197. Therefore, even with the previous RFQ scoring involved and a local credit for Otter Creek, who's opened up a local office, Dufresne Group still was overwhelmingly the winning, as it saves the ratepayers 39% on that. You know, so the ratepayers would say that's harder in money. They've been paying more in their bills to get this engineering and projects underway. So that being said, we'd like you to authorize us to execute, Brian, a contract with Dufresne Group to get the engineering going. Understand it's a year-long project. We will have a number for bonding earlier than the year. And we can talk about that as it gets closer, and we'll explore the possibilities. SRF probably won't be a possibility, probably be a pooled bond in order to keep it on track and moving. But we'll have that number in 2024 available to get going on the finance and end of actual construction. Is there a motion
Questions
somewhere?
for Chris?
Is there a motion somewhere for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
What?
a motion.
Page
I saw it.
148.
Page what?
Page 148.
130, 138,
48.
148.
Other questions of Chris?
I just about the motion, is it you want us to specifically name the Director of Public Works, or should we just say Director of Public Works? Like, Does it matter?
I
Well, I'm
think you just
hoping
say
he's
Director
gonna
of
be,
Public
yeah, you
Works.
can do that. I'm hoping he's around long enough.
I
so,
do too, I
yeah.
mean, obviously, I do too, but just from experience, I realize we've had to redo.
Yeah.
Safest, I think, to
Yeah.
direct the
Okay.
position
Yeah.
to do it.
If Brian's listening.
No offense,
So,
Brian.
any
Brian
other-
is on, no offense, Brian.
So, does anyone want to make a motion on this one? Mary?
Sure. I move the select board authorize the director of public works to execute a contract not to exceed $120,000 with the Dufrain Group of Springfield to engineer and permit water main improvements in Wilder.
I'll second.
There was a second from Kim. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call the roll. Lanny?
Aye.
Rocket?
Aye.
Ellie's gone. Mary?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
And I will vote aye. All right. Our next item, is the combined sewer overflow grant discussion.
Yeah,
We got
okay.
these Again, Chris?
We'll go real simple on this one. We've done, as you know, through all the previous meetings, a lot of work on our long-term plan for our CSOs, which are our combined sewer overflows, and eliminating them. We found several basins that were still connected, drainage connected to our sewer. Part of our long-term plan was that we needed to get going on removing those from the system. Some of the work was actually due this year, but engineering, staffing shortages and so forth, and the minor size of them, the engineers negotiated an extension out with the state so that we could actually eliminate them next year and combine a bunch of the small projects together. We received a $200,000 grant for the engineering and construction. Would have liked more to get everything done, but it takes care of the wide majority of it. And one of the more complicated ones that we actually need to do more studying on Maple Street in the vicinity of the post office, where there's no sidewalks and there's opportunities to make other improvements at the same time. We're going to take a little bit more time and figure that out clearly. So in order to take advantage of this, reminder, this isn't our local ARPA money grant. This is a state ARPA grant that we're receiving. We're going to have to locally fund what we anticipate to be $15,000 above it. So that's where we won't know until we have the final plans and so forth. But in order to get it going, we need to initiate this grant so we can get the engineering and bidding underway. So we are asking you to authorize the Director of Public Works as the primary authorized representative, or in his absence, me to execute documents regarding this grant.
Questions for Chris on this thing?
Yeah, I make a motion, but I'm ready to make a motion. But the question is, what is, I read this thing and now it's like after 10 o'clock. So what is the FFA stand for there in this whole thing?
That nomenclature there,
That's what I tried to find.
It's a federal aid.
It's not federal. It's not Future Farmers of America. So
no, it's federal.
I just have a problem with making abbreviations on something.
Well, that's how they write it
Well,
out.
Brian has his hand up there.
Yeah.
I would love to know what that is.
Brian can tell us what that is.
I just don't.
Well, Lanny, I wish I could give you more clarification on it, but the actual grant agreement, it's just we'd have to go back and ask the state what the FFA stands for.
All right, I'm ready to make a motion.
Should we Google this?
No, don't Google it. We don't want to waste any Google's time. Just anybody got questions? I'm ready to make a motion here.
Yeah, let's make a motion. I think we're gonna.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Brian Gazda, Director of Public Works, is a primary authorized representative to sign FFA, whatever that means, standard ARPA grant agreement, and Christopher Halsworth is alternative authorized representative to sign any necessary documents related to sewer overflow elimination and abatement grant number 06140-20223-ARPA-CSO-05 within the town of Hartford.
You got a second from Mary. Any discussion?
But I want to know what FFA means.
Yeah.
Somebody get back to me on that.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, seeing no discussion, I'll call the roll. Lanny?
Aye.
Rocket?
Aye.
Ellie's gone. Mary?
Aye.
Dan?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
And I will vote aye. I've been doing it by roll just because Allie's gone, but I mean, we have been unanimous of the members who were here.
You don't have to do it by roll if it's unanimous decision. Otherwise, you have to do it by roll.
Yeah, all right, that's true. I imagine everyone will be unanimous when we get to the adjournment. Commission reports, Lanny?
It's late. I have
Okay.
something, but I'm not gonna, it's,
Save it for next time.
yeah, save it.
Rocket?
All set, thank you.
Okay, Mary?
Hartford Parks and Recreation, the ice rink became fully operational on October 18th. A multitude of hours have already been booked to use the rink at this point. Trunk or treat was a large success. Over 1,200 people came through, parents and kids, and had a good time. The best booth was the Super Mario Brothers booth by the Service Credit Union.
Wait, who said that? They have to do a contest or something?
Okay.
The after-school cooking club is a huge success. There are 12 participants and 2 on the waiting list. There has been some discussion between the school and Parks and Rec regarding needs for a special school social worker who would aid in specific needs regarding truant kids, getting kids to come to school and stay throughout the day with programs that would benefit their needs. And there are 2 vacancies still current for Parks and Rec.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Dan, any commission reports?
I just want to make a clarification. In light of world affairs, we all need to be more accepting and understanding of our positions on things, and we need to realize world affairs, and we need to think about the majority and the minority in our town and how we use words such as Christmas parties and holiday parties, and just think about those things and acknowledge all of our staff and all of our members and all of our community members so that they're all included. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Kim?
I do not.
I don't have any. Consent agenda, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve payroll ending November 25, 2023, AP manifests of November 22 and November 30, 2023, and meeting minutes of November 14 and November 21st, 2023, and also approve select board meetings for December 5th, December 12th, December 19th, and December 26th, 2023, as well as December 14th and 21st if needed for the budget.
Okay.
No?
Second?
Okay.
Second?
Go for it.
Lenny, seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Dan says I would.
Dan says, okay. I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second from
I'll second.
Mary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Dan.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, I gotta sign something, don't I? Wait, no, I signed it earlier.